episodes. How the hell's it going? All right. Well, I went to get an injection in my thumb today. It kind of locks up sometimes. There's like this little, I don't know, like where the sheath is where you're, I mean, it's kind of weird how your hands work. There's these little sheaths and then the tendon or something goes through it. But he said, well, we just need to do a little minor surgery. So it's just one of those things where you're sitting right there. It doesn't, that'll be on the 10th. But at least it'll go away. And I hate having this stupid thing. Yeah, what's going on? All right. Well, look at Chad made it so that we weren't at 0000 too long. Injection in my bum. Oh, I guess thumb and bum. Yeah, we don't use bum over here. You must be from Australia or something. Yeah. Got another. I got another. I don't know if you guys are interested, but I made a. There's a song that me and my brother always did a long time ago. It was the chorus is always locked in hell. You got my body, but you don't got. Let's see. Yeah, let's see. Locked in hell, no chance for parole. You got my body, but you don't got my soul. That's like the chorus. So I had it make that, but maybe I'll play that later. It's pretty good. I mean, it's so amazing how it comes up with these whole songs like that. Hello there, H. Doc, Sarah, Chris O'Connell, Wild Bill Wassman, Rebel J, John Daly, Allie, Books, Allie Cake, Davey Dave, Sarah Jane 86. Anyways, today we had Brian Entin did an interview with the Gonzalez family and also Cy Ray, I guess, his name. You know, so you got to take what Cy Ray says with a grain of salt for sure. But, you know, some of it was sort of interesting. I listened to about 40 minutes of it. I figured we could just listen to it. It's just, I mean, there's no graphics on the screen or anything like that. So we could listen to it. I mean, it was great if you want to believe everything that he's saying. You know, that's kind of the whole deal there. He's been discredited before in other cases, so not really sure, you know, how he's perceiving things, or, you know, if you can show me the cell phone data that shows certain things. But it was kind of interesting, some of it, because you guys know how I map everything out, and he describes stuff, and he actually described something that I was the first person on out there to even say, that there's that. He said 10 minutes, but it's actually 16 minutes of missing time. And I think I found the actual route. It matches almost exactly what he was saying, is that he turned it back on so that he could use it to get back home. I mean, it's exactly what I've been saying for you guys for years. All right. Exactly the same thing. So if you're listening to that, you'd be like, oh yeah, wow, Gray's been saying the same things. Now there is some parts that are different where he talks about, you know, how the vehicle got there that night, but he seems to discount the Floyd's Cannabis Shop video. And that's kind of where it's like, yeah, you know, who knows? Yeah, so it kind of just looks like this. This is what the scene looks like. And so, you know, we just listen to it. I'm not going to play the video on here. Well, I'll play it, but it's not going to, I'm not going to show it. It's not my video. I'm just going to do audio, and then we'll, like, go over and, like, talk about each of the things that gets brought up.
But I wanted to continue this conversation.
But while you're watching, you guys, every time I do something like this, that's when it gets dead as a doornail. As you can see, we had that one person at the beginning. But if you guys have the ability to help support the channel while we're doing this, that would be great. Yesterday we did not meet the goal again, and I was hoping to kind of have a strong going into the donation night, but not yesterday. So
from the time you just had on News Nation, and I know, Steve, that you wanted an opportunity. You and Olivia wanted an opportunity.
I just would rather get into the
Potentially being at the house before.
Oh yeah.
Nation Psy. You talked about Bryan Kohberger potentially being at the house before. Can you elaborate on that a little more? I mean, are you able to, and I know it's not exact, but are you able to say whether he was actually inside the house?
Yeah, so I'm gonna be a little bit more responsive on these questions and drag it out a little bit. So if I'm going on and on, stop me.
Yeah, and you can do that on this. We have unlimited time, so feel free.
Thankfully.
Yeah.
Yeah, and 100%, like, I'll make myself available to the family, by the way, 24/7. Like, if you guys have follow-up questions going forward, by all means. When I heard that you guys wanted to have this conversation, I actually, it meant a lot to me, and I was like, oh, finally, I can talk to the victim's family, because I've spent my entire career advocating for victims' families. I've done a lot of stuff with parents of murdered children, and, this is a very hard place that it started out trying to be at, and I really appreciate you guys reaching out. And anytime you have questions, I'll give you my direct number. By all means, feel free. You guys can hit me up anytime.
Thank you.
But what I want to cover on that piece is, when we start looking at the house itself, there's a couple different things we can look at. AT&T has a very specific report, and it's called Loctobor. And I know it sounds like a silly word. It's LOCDBOR, Loctobor, and it's Location Database of Record. This will include estimated latitude and longitudes, and they range from 20.
Hey, thank you, Chris O'Connell and Tracy Von Brock.
25 meters out to 3,000, 30,000 meters, so they can get very big. Historically, there's accuracy issues with this report. So if you just take all the data and you throw it on the map and you think that's accurate, you're going to have a lot of problems. A really good example in this case is there's a time when Bryan goes up to Seattle, and one of his Loctobor hits shows him in New Orleans. So that gives you an idea of the accuracy issues. There's two factors, and like I said, I'm going to pile on a lot of data for you guys. The next thing that comes into play is the actual handset, the phone itself. iPhone actually restricts a lot of third-party apps and even the mobile carrier to some points of getting precise location data, which a lot of people don't realize. If I try to ping a phone, that phone ping can actually be screwed up by Apple itself. To instead of getting this nice, neat little GPS, I get this 5,000 meter GPS range, and you can be anywhere in that 5,000 meters. Samsung, on the other hand, is a very chatty phone. It's preloaded with all kinds of silly apps and ridiculous monitoring. If anybody's ever had a Samsung, when you first power that thing up, like there's 100 apps on that thing. It's good for law enforcement because when we get a phone that's a Samsung phone, it's typically very chatty on the network. We're going to see a lot more connectivity. Samsung's also unique that if I do certain things with certain apps that require location data, such as GPS or navigation, that accuracy from the 3,000 or the 5,000 meter ranges come down to 25 meters. And in this particular case, if you look at those precise measurements, there's probably 5 that land directly on what would be the living room of the house. Like the latitude, longitude is the physical house itself. And if you put the house back on the map and you map those, the hits are inside the house. Now,
I'm going to let you keep explaining. I just want to make sure I understand correctly. So, because I haven't heard this before. So you're saying based on the data you saw.
Yeah, so he's saying that, latitude, longitude, it somehow lands in the living room of the house. You know what I think? I think it's just as likely that he's not inside the house on those times, and that he's just parked back here. It's hard to be that precise on that stuff. Hey, wow. Jesus. Thanks, Allie Kick and Chris O'Connell. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, if he was right there, the living room in the house is, it's right there. That's the living room, right where I am here. So even if he was, let's say he was parked there, that's one of the spots that I thought he parked. But he could have just been right there, and then just it's within 25 meters or so is what he says. So it could just be right there.
Saw the latitude, longitude for Bryan Kohberger's Samsung was in the living room.
the AT&T derived latitude longitude from the AT&T's network that it estimates a location, it lands in the house. And it's a 25-meter range. So, we're talking 75 feet. So it could be anywhere in the house on any floor. It could technically be outside the house. It could be on the property.
Right.
But it's showing in the immediate area. My personal opinion is when I look at those and I map what's happening before and after, and I'm looking at all the other evidence, I think these are accurate locations. And, and to Steve's point earlier, this is why court, I think, is so critical for this case. That's an argument to be had in front of the jury where the defense would come in and say, hey, you can't reliably say this. And the prosecution would say, here's why. When done right, I feel that they're reliable.
So when you say accurate locations, you mean you believe, based on your expertise, that he was inside the house on previous occasions?
So I'll qualify a handful of things tonight. And again, Steve, any questions later on, by all means, hit me up. I'm more than happy to pour over anything you want to. One of the things the defense did with me early on in this case is they got outside of the geolocation data and they said, hey, as a former homicide cop, as a homicide sergeant, as a supervisor that supervises these type of investigations, we're interested in anything you can find. And they poured tons of data over. Why that's important too is it's not just the phone stuff. There's a lot of stuff inside the crime scene and things that I reviewed in the crime scene. I 100% believe that
Well, they've never said that there's a connection. I don't know if he found a connection, but I guess we'll have to listen later. They talk about maybe overlapping. What they did was they looked at the victims. I guess that's what the VICAP thing is they're talking about. It's like, where were the victims' cell phones in comparison to Bryan Kohberger's phones when he was in a certain location at a certain time?
Defender, who is Bryan Kohberger. Like, there's no alternative theory in my head at this point. He's been in the house before. I think there's absolutely no doubt he was familiar with the basic layout of the house. I'm not saying he was intimately familiar with the entire house, but he had a working knowledge of the house. That house is laid out very weird. I've been through the house.
Yeah, that's exactly what we said many times, is that he could have easily gone in there a different time, but he could also, just by being parked there, have a general layout by watching. Okay, must be stairs right there. There's also maps online, but I could see him going there, like, let's say on a Friday night at 11 or 12, and just go, oh, I thought there was a party if somebody shows up. But everybody goes out, like most of the time people go out to a party, then maybe they come home later. 11 o'clock, there's usually not much going on at a house unless you're the house that had the party. So there might be times where there was no party and he pulled up there and then he could have just walked in the back and went into the house. I don't know. Yeah, it'd be kind of hard to find that at this point where he put the Rogue Planet said, hey, great. Hold on, let me move that up. I guess that's the max right there. I really think your maps and knowledge you have a good chance of finding Bryan's burial spot. Well, I'd have to have the GPS, the phone information that they have. There is 16 minutes of missing time, but if he went the route that I came up with, I don't think it gave much time for him to get out of his car. Now, if he'd done a pre-dug hole on that route, then he would have had to jump out of his car and bury it and then just get back in his car again and take off, but it would be near a road. And then if he didn't bury it until like later that evening, or even when he went down to Clarkston, during that trip, then it could just be in the river and be very difficult to find at this point.
House, the path that was taken, what we see is what occurred in that house, him coming and going from the neighborhood. There's prior knowledge. There's no doubt in my mind that there's prior knowledge. So that also helps support some of this. One thing I want to kind of circle back to, Bryan, and Steve, you'll find this in my report, and it took me weeks to get the defense to allow me to put this in my report. They didn't want me to put it in there. There are third-party databases that collect what is called MAID ID, so mobile advertiser ID. And you guys have all experienced this where you've searched for, I don't know, a pair of shoes. You've Googled a new pair of shoes you think you wanted, and then 2 days later, you're surfing the internet and some ads are popping up for those shoes. That's based on your mobile advertiser ID. It's a unique number, but there's third-party databases that collect that. And typically when they're collecting that type of information, it gets a latitude, longitude stamp with a timestamp. So we can actually see. Law enforcement can access those databases. You have to have a search warrant. There's a process to go through. In my report, what you'll find is it's towards the very end of it. I actually lay out that, hey, there's more than reasonable suspicion here to believe that.
You know, it makes it difficult, right, to sit here and, you know, like Cy Ray was defending a killer and must have known he was guilty the whole time. And then, you know, we look, you know, there's other cases where he literally said that he was tracking a person in a vehicle using the phone and placed them at a house for a stalking incident. And then it turns out that the guy driving the car actually had GPS on his vehicle and he was nowhere near there. So the judge said, yeah, you're not credible, and threw it out. So it's hard to like go, okay, every single thing, you know, but just sort of out of maybe, you know, I mean, obviously he knows stuff because they use him out there. But it's just hard to say, okay, this is how much to trust this.
That this phone has been inside the residence or very close to the residence on these dates. Typical criminal investigation, we would go look at these third-party databases, pull all the mobile advertiser ID data from those dates. Forget the 13th. His phone is off. We're never going to get his phone in or near the house on the 13th, and that's where all the focus is. But if we go back to pattern of life and we pull these other dates leading up to the crime, I feel incredibly confident that they're going to get precise GPS. Now I'm talking 3 meters, so now we're talking less than 10 feet at, around, and very close to the house on those different occasions. The idea that I put this in my report and said, this is the kind of follow-up I would expect to have, and nobody ever, I fully expected, as soon as I dropped that report that January, that by February, March, we were going to see discovery on this new data. They didn't even look at it. They didn't even bother with it. It's incredible.
If they looked at it, they wouldn't have understood it. We heard that in court when they were talking about a JSON file and how you can edit it and how like that was some kind of weird anomaly. It's like, that's what the file's for. That's what you use it for. I mean, it was very confusing to the audience, but the lack of knowledge inside that courtroom at certain times was very frustrating to me. And, I mean, I wouldn't hire my own people. I would. Shadow Dragon, I've said it multiple times. They have OS lint. They were like, Steve, the same emails they're using in this court case are the same emails we're tracking back to your children. But we're not doing it for free. They weren't like a Cy Ray. They're like, I think there was a 30K. Don't quote me on that, but I that's what my mind wants to tell me. It was like a 30K. And they said, we're not giving it up on a case this big. We keep doing, because we're highly in demand. We're not going to take a case this big and not get stiffed with the payment. We're not making that our message. But they literally said, we can literally tell you that he's been connected to these people through his fingerprint of his emails and the things that he was doing online. It's a whole science that they have out there, and touch points, and they put it all together. He was very confident, and he said they're refusing to give me any money. They want to do it for free. And to that point, the Cellbrite, the Barnharts, ended up didn't have to do it, but they did it for free, just like Cy Ray. So there was these decisions being made, not over.
Cy Ray didn't do it for free.
The right decision. It was, I don't know what it was, but
he was working for the
evidence was being missed in a case that the world was watching, and we can do better. We can learn from our mistakes, and we can do better, and that's why we're here right now.
And, you know, Steve, if you think about it, let's push that price up to 50K. When you look at the amount of money that was spent on this investigation and bang for the buck, spend the 50K. It's probably the best thing you're going to spend on this case, because it's going to show that I think those concrete connections. I do have a question. I think you guys might be interested in this. I believe that the girls went to the A&W. There's a little A&W and a little store.
I know exactly. Yeah, right down the street.
I think this was a pretty routine thing that they hit on a regular basis. And I'm really curious to some of the background there. But one thing that I've always said is missing, and it's really bothered me. Has anybody ever approached you guys on what's called VICAP? Have you ever heard that word VICAP? Or it's basically a history of the victims to everything of where they shop. If they order pizza, where they order pizza. Has anybody ever approached you in this investigation to try to
Closest we got to they were scared once I hired a lawyer. They just stopped talking to me, and my lawyer said they'll answer questions, but to the point of they're not going to be witnesses.
Hey, thanks, Kathy JG, for gifting those 5 memberships. And some of these parts in here, it seems like like Steve and them are sort of like I don't know how to explain it, but I don't know. Let's listen, sort of like how the prosecution was. I mean, it's easy to be that way with them.
Because they didn't want the gag order to fall over.
Thank you again, Chris O'Connell. How was that? That was pretty good.
Told my lawyer, I want the ability to speak on behalf of my child. If anything comes to the point where they're going to put a gag on me, then they can't talk to me. And I had nothing to hide. It was just, you're not going to control me like an asset. I'm going to speak on my daughter's behalf, or I'm going to jail, one or the other. So, yeah, we never got there. We got to the passwords. We got to usernames. They hit Olivia up. Olivia got into the cloud ID. Like, Olivia hacked. It's fake. Like, we know the passwords.
I knew my sister's password on her Apple device, but it was 2-factor authentication. So it would send a code to her device, and they wouldn't. And still to this day, they've not handed over her phone because they say that they can't get into it. But regarding VICAP, and I apologize if I got that wrong, no, we've never ever heard that. We've never
why can't they
been
use her to get
familiar
into
with
it?
that at all.
You would remember it's about almost 300 questions, and it's a deep dive in any information. And this has nothing to do with the gag order. There's no reason they wouldn't do that.
Well, I don't really want to know how he knows it. I'd rather get the FBI to learn how to use
it. Hey,
it.
if they ran to the convenience store, what convenience store would they run to? Is it kind of if they met friends or everybody was going? Is there a place that they would converge? And we're getting back into the reliability of the GPS. So I don't want to get too far on a branch saying I know this happened.
See, this guy is kind of a conspiracy theorist too, So I don't know what to say. It's weird when you have like a quote expert who's a conspiracy theorist. Like you listen to some of the stuff he says in here, and they're with no evidence at all. He has these thoughts, and it's like, I don't know, man. I'd rather learn this kind of stuff from the FBI, if I ever knew how to do it, from the movements of a cell phone, etc. Hey, you like that? Tack Ranch Adventures? Yeah. Or the other scene, if you guys haven't seen it, or we'll just get back to that in a second, is this one. Nice little fire going. And then if we do phone calls, we get this one. So it's all come together. I'll probably make a couple more like ambient scenes where you can, instead of just the fire, maybe it's something else.
But there are multiple times that the device, Kohberger's device, is in the area of the house, and then it moves to the parking lot of that A&W root beer. At the same time, multiple residents of the house go to the A&W root beer. So there's times where I can actually see that.
So the A&W they're talking about is right.
It's one thing to have two devices in a general area, but when we see the two devices track together to a point and then track back, that's incredibly telling. So the idea that nobody has come back to you guys and said, "Hey, let's talk about the A&W," or some of the other friends, it's just mind-blowing to me. So I can't agree with you enough. It needs to be changed. That's why I took this case. I'm hoping in any pain and trauma that I've caused you guys, I can't apologize.
It's just like right there. Here's where they live.
And condolences on this thing. I couldn't imagine being in your guys' situation, having to go through this. And now it coming full circle back. But at the same time, when I first looked at this case, my initial thought was this can never be the standard investigation that we see on cases like this. This can never be acceptable. Brian and I were talking before you guys jumped on. After the plea deal, I actually, against the defense, Ann was incredibly upset with me for doing this. But I've created a 1 day debrief that I've been going around the country for free, providing to law enforcement. And for you guys, hopefully this helps a little bit. We've had an incredible response from law enforcement. The service you guys got on this case, the average law enforcement agency is appalled by. Since November, when I started teaching this course, we've had 300 agencies throughout the United States attended. So it's resonating. We're getting a lot of endorsement of, yes, we need to change these things. But it's really interesting to look at that, just how much fell through the cracks.
Yeah, I don't do conspiracy theories. I was actually talking, another YouTuber called me up when we were talking about it. I mean, we see the exact same thing. It's just everybody loves the conspiracy theories, and even when they say they don't, they seem to always don't miss those videos. Like whenever it's a video like that, nobody misses it, but they go, "Oh, I don't like these things." Well, then why'd you watch it? Like everybody loves the conspiracy theory videos. If you just do one that's factual, it's like, yeah, I'll get to that sometime. I want to see what these other guys, these lunatics, are saying though. Yeah.
Well, I have a quick question,
stuff.
and I hope that it comes across the right way. So my question is separating the murders and the burglary from the stalking. And as we know, the state never picked up stalking charges, but the FBI currently still has an active investigation. Do you think that some of those things were not picked up by the state because of this separation? Or do you think that this would have been something that would not have driven a charge, or would not have been evidence of a charge that they were not actively pursuing?
I am guessing. This is my opinion of it, things that I've seen. I'm happy sharing this opinion to whoever, but there's a lot that needs to be filled in for it to land where I say 100% this is what's happening. I'm about 90% here. They back themselves into a corner, into a no-win situation, because the problem the FBI has with stalking right now is they cannot prove stalking in the work product that they do. It'll never hold up in court. In fact, I don't think a federal prosecutor would even take the case. So that's why we haven't seen the FBI proceed.
Well, the thing is they were talking about the A&W, but he didn't continue the what he was saying, But I mean, we do know that the A&W is right here. And Kohberger, when on the next, later in the morning, he drove by it just like this. And then we don't know where he went after that. And then also the night of, like at around, God, what time? Man, like 3:20 something. He's driving around right over here on Indian Hills Drive. So I think he went up like here maybe, and then came up here on Indian Hills Drive. This house right there filmed him. Then this house and that house also filmed him. And then he drove around up here like this, and then went this direction, and then passes the A&W right there. And then he curls right there, and as he's making that turn, a camera on this house films him driving by right there. And then another camera on this side picks him up as he continues around up here, drives this direction. Then a camera down this street on Linda Lane right there filmed the car driving this direction. And then it pulls in here, and then that's where we get the camera on this house that films the lights of the vehicle coming in, and then it turns, So he's picked up on a lot of videos, but he doesn't go back after the first pass. He ends up staying back here for quite a while until the fourth time, after a DoorDash driver shows up and is walking around in front of the home. He didn't drive back there. He drove by. Hey, thanks, Chad Pickett. All right, back to this.
With that, does the FBI have information right now, or potentially the ability to go get information to prove that case? 100%. But their problem that they have.
Tell me what that would be.
Well, it'd be that mobile advertiser ID. It would be mapping all of the AT&T records and looking at the pattern of life of Bryan over 6 months, where we see these routine travel patterns. We can see where he's going, what he's doing, how long he's stagnating there. Understanding pattern of life is everything for this case. The problem the FBI has is, to make that stalking case, they're going to have to disclose or discover new evidence that never came out from the state of Idaho. And now you have these competing cases where you have a case that allegedly went through the entire process of discovery and never produced the evidence that's needed. And now for a federal case to all of a sudden say, oh, by the way, here's this other evidence, they've painted themselves into a corner that they can't explain.
Yeah, no, I get it.
I feel like there's two discoveries, because I've actually heard almost everything that you've said already. That he was in that house, even waited in certain.
You know what's interesting? I forgot about this thing that I made. Isn't this interesting? Let's see. So see this big square right there. Between 247 and 448, he was inside of this square. I actually think it might be down here now. If I was to redraw this, I would put this over here like this. Like that. But that's where he is between 247 and 448. However, we start drilling down between 326 and 425, he's inside of this circle. Okay? From 326 to 425, he's in this circle, driving around. It's actually, even just to here. All right? And then from 408 to 420, he's right there. Okay? He's at 408 to 420, he's this area right there. His car could only be in that area. And guess what? That's exactly the time frame that they were killed. And see, and then inside of that period, between 409 and 418, you can even go like this. Inside of that, he's right there, leaving a knife sheath on the bed of Madison Mogen. Isn't that an interesting way to look at it? How it just sort of, you have this huge area, and then he starts hanging around in this area, and then for about 13 minutes, he's inside of this area right there. And then between 409 and 418, at some point in there, he's inside of this circle right there in the house. It's kind of just sort of like bing, 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 and there it is. So it's like, it just makes it really easy to see.
Certain locations for like extended periods of time of no movement. This wasn't the only house that he stalked. There was like a loop that he was following, and there was a couple other places that he basically stood still for a certain amount of time. Just telltale signs that this person wasn't shopping, and they cross-correlated to bank records and the ATMs and all that stuff. They had some stuff, the basic old school investigations they had down, but the technical was almost like they outsourced it to the FBI. And then when the FBI were like, we're not so sure that our discovery is your discovery or our investigation is your investigation, that there was these huge gaps in it. And when they went to go to make a case, it wasn't so clear. So as a father, I'm like, I'll fill in the gaps if I can, especially when it comes to technology. And it was an eye-opener. It was so frustrating to sit there with a guy who looks like Santa Claus, who has his consciousness, his short-term memory on a piece of paper, and has no clue about technology, never will.
Yeah,
and
he wasn't very good.
There's 4 lives in the bounce.
100%.
It's just scary.
I couldn't agree with you more. And this is a big problem with the FBI. The FBI has a habit of coming.
Prosecutor should have never been on that.
And
case.
Where the problem happens is
Bill
the FBI
Thompson
has access to things they can't get into court properly. They can't lay the foundation the way that state courts require, but they still proceed. The IGG, I will tell you, the investigative genetic genealogy on this case is overlooked at how impactful it was. As soon as they made the decision to go,
I don't think anybody overlooks how impactful it was. There isn't a soul out there that doesn't realize how impactful it was. In fact, we've had these debates on here. The DNA in combination with his vehicle, a white Elantra, being parked outside, and the DNA on the knife sheath, a knife sheath that is identical to the one that he purchased on Amazon back, I think, in March of the same year, just before he applied to go to school, go to the doctoral school. That DNA is huge. But if you had a case, it's sort of this interesting argument, because a case where you have this surveillance footage, and let's just say there was a sheath, but his DNA wasn't on it. Eventually, you could still lead to Kohberger and his phone information, and you could still start building a case against Bryan Kohberger. If you just have the sheath with the DNA on it, but no surveillance and nothing else, that's kind of a weak case too, because then people start talking about touch DNA and, do you have any other evidence he was there? Well, no, we don't. And, so it's kind of an interesting thing, but the combination of the DNA and the Elantra being parked outside for a 13-minute period of time, an Elantra that's missing its front license plate, parked right outside, and then the DNA on the knife sheath, it means that the Elantra was his, and then he was in the home after he parked the car there. He went in the house, and the knife sheath is the sheath of the K-bar knife that he used to kill all 4 victims. So when you put them together, it's huge. So there isn't anybody out there that overlooked the importance of it.
Investigative genetic genealogy, this case was doomed from an ethical perspective because they had to go outside of policy, they had to hide things, and now once they got the hit, you can see it clear as day. The rest of the investigation is, how do we hide the IgG? Because we don't ever want to talk about the way that for me, as an old school investigator, that drives me crazy is Bryan Kohberger's vehicle and his name are sitting in a report that entire time. All they had to do is follow up and get a sample of his
he actually looked better when he wasn't
would have
skinny.
done that and stopped trying to rely or over rely on this technology of the IgG produced, I think this is a completely different case. But they crossed a line with IgG. They knew they crossed the line, and everything we see after that.
Yeah, and see, then you see these little, they're agreeing, and this guy, Cyray's he's full of shit here, okay? When you say they crossed the line, no, they didn't cross the line. Yes, they broke the terms of service of, I think it was, I don't think it's not Family Tree DNA, it's that other one. Just a second. I was actually chatting with Olivia. Let me see what I put the name of it. Family Tree DNA, and then there's not GEDmatch. I already know that. There's GEDmatch, Family Tree DNA, and then there's the third one, and that's the one that they used. I think Steve brings it up here, but I looked it up myself. It's weird how that's always the one I just don't remember. But hold on a second, I'm going to go find it. Let's see. Ding, 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 ding. No, it's not those. You can't use those ones, you guys. Yeah. But MyHeritage is the one. Okay, so here's how it works. So there's Ancestry DNA. That's Ancestry.com. Those aren't used. 23andMe, Ancestry, all those things, they're not used in genetic genealogy. It turns out, though, so you have ones like GEDmatch and Family Tree DNA. Those are sort of open source, like anybody can use them. People upload their raw data and they try to find relatives, etc. Okay, but Ancestry and 23andMe do not allow that. You're not doing that there. You just put your DNA in and it tells you what your relatives are. But then there's the other one called MyHeritage, which is an interesting one. So 23andMe and Ancestry do not allow you to upload your raw data to them. They create a raw data file for you to upload in one of these other places. But MyHeritage is the only one out there that's also sort of like the big consumer version, but it also allows you to upload raw data. You just can't use it for law enforcement use. It's a policy there. It's not a law or anything. It's just a policy they have. So the FBI, because that database is so much bigger, they uploaded the profile they got off of the knife sheath button and uploaded it to that website. And that one is what allowed them way more people, and they were able to build a tree, and it landed on Bryan Kohberger. Okay, then what they did, that's just a tip, by the way. And so when we look at a tip like that, you go, oh, well, that was unethical. Who cares? Who cares if it was unethical? Was it illegal? No. Okay, it wasn't illegal. It's just something that you're not supposed to have done, but they wanted to get this dangerous person off the street. So what they did was, after they landed on Bryan Kohberger, or one of a sibling from a family, they went to the home, and by that time it was like, oh my God, this guy actually goes to school over at Wazoo. He's a criminal justice person. I mean, they were probably like, oh whoa. So they go over to the house and they collect the DNA out of a piece of the trash. And they didn't find any Kohberger DNA in there because he had been separating his DNA and putting it into the neighbor's garbage. However, I mean, he's a moron because it turned out they found the biological father of the person who left their DNA on the knife sheath. And so then that was enough for an arrest warrant for Bryan Kohberger. So after they arrested, and Bryan Kohberger went to school there, so they arrested him, and then they did a swab of his cheek. They were able to get that with a warrant. And then they compared that to the DNA on the knife sheath, and it was a 100%, match, in the trillions to 1. Way more than that. I mean, it was a number that you don't even hear about. Okay, so it was a ridiculous, it is him, all right? So then you say, well, I don't know, man, that wasn't ethical. Who cares, man? Does anybody care when the cops give $100 to a just scumbag informant out on the street, and he goes and buys drugs with that? Is that ethical? But he says, hey, I know this guy who broke into that bank over there and they stole this and they shot the one. Hey, thanks for the tip. And then they go investigate it and boom, it lands on an arrest. Nobody cares that they use an informant. It's the same thing here. The fact that anybody gives a crap just means that you're trying to find a way to, sort of free a killer. I mean, it's crazy. But hey, guys, we're hitting one of those massive lulls in here. So if you're out there and you help support the channel, we do have our donation night tomorrow night, but it'd be nice to have a decent night going into that. Thank you.
It's nothing more than a smokescreen trying to hide what actually happened to identify him.
Yeah, so okay, let me rewind this a little bit. So this is where Cy is just, he's full of shit.
To identify him.
Hold on, I'm going to rewind it.
Who they crossed the line, and everything we see after that is nothing more than a smokescreen trying to hide what actually happened to identify him.
No, see, that's total bullshit there. He's doing a conspiracy theory. He's saying that, again, what really happened was something totally different. They're just using the DNA thing as a smoke screen. No, it wasn't. It wasn't at all. Oh, wow, thanks. Chris O'Connell and Susan on PayPal there. Thank you. Very kind, very kind. No, I hadn't seen that. But thanks. Chris O'Connell. But so, do you guys see what I'm saying? He's saying, I mean, just listen to him again. This is the part I don't like.
And everything we see after that is nothing.
It's a little bit more back. Okay.
Over rely on this technology of the IgG produced. I think this is a completely different case. But they crossed a line with IgG. They knew they crossed the line. And everything we see after that is nothing more than a smokescreen trying to hide what actually happened to identify him.
No, that's total crap. That is complete bullshit right there, what he just said. He's right there with the conspiracy nutters. But he wants to switch over on the other side now. I mean, does anybody out there actually believe that? Anybody? That they cross the line and everything we hear after that is them trying to cover up. No, they told you exactly what they did. They used that, maybe it's not part of the terms of service of the website, but he's trying to make it seem like it's a big cover-up. They're hiding the real thing. It must have been, let's see, somebody said something that it was him, and then they backtracked and went. No, they got DNA on the sheath. And then remember how it went to Othram Labs first, and they just were struggling because they were doing it with GEDmatch and doing it the, quote, ethical way. The FBI was like, no, we gotta get going quicker. So they used a much larger database, uploaded the raw data, and used Bioinformatics, a company who converts DNA sequence into what is similar to the raw data you would download from 23andMe or Ancestry, and then you can upload it. 23andMe and Ancestry do not allow you to upload raw data, or they would have used that one. I guarantee you. The FBI would have used Ancestry and got a name in 5 minutes.
I'll go a step further and be careful with this. I wish.
And I think 23andMe is no longer in existence.
My lawyer was here. The IgG was done in a scripted fashion of it works. We know how it does. It went. They told me.
What do you mean? What do you mean a scripted fashion? See, this I don't even agree with like Steve here. I don't know what you're trying to say when you say it was done in a scripted fashion. No, it was done exactly the way it's always done.
Been around said, if we get it tossed out, it led to the dad. It never led to BK, and that's by design. It never goes to him. It goes to his father.
Yeah, here's the thing. They're wondering about if you threw out the IgG portion. Who cares if you throw out just the IgG portion? It doesn't matter. It's a tip that led to Kohberger, and then you compared it. Okay, what Cy and other people think is that it was so egregious what the FBI did by going against terms of service that they should throw out the DNA and then everything that resulted from it. The forbidden tree deal, the fruit from a forbidden tree. That they should throw out that, the identification of Kohberger, and then where do you go from there? So it's not going to happen. But I don't know what this line of thinking here is. It's crazy. That means they don't understand this stuff. We do here, because we have Dr. Colleen Fitzpatrick on, and she's explained the whole damn thing to us so many times, and I know it well, and I can explain it. And hopefully when I explained that a minute ago, it all made sense to you. Yeah, I guess fruit from isn't there a forbidden tree too? I don't know. I've heard both of them.
We're in the trash, established the law, and then we got a warrant, and we got the cheek swab. We got it down. IgG is not going to ever be in court because it's a tip, and this is established.
See, look at Cy.
We're not going to let a little.
Look at Cy, the conspiracy theorist, shaking his head there. He's just, man. That's why you can't really trust this guy. He doesn't know what the hell he's doing. It's crazy.
Dunk Moscow make court law or state law or any kind of law. This is never going to get into a courtroom because we have these established practices, and that is what it is. And if you call a tip on a black SUV that you've seen that has some kind of explosives in it and something, and you want to give that tip, well, that doesn't go into court either. So I get where they're going with it, and the greater good. I'm just a dad trying to make sure that my daughter in the system gets better, but I do see some red flags, and I know we had the right guy, and we just made it all difficult for everyone. We just made it so difficult for everyone because nobody knew what they were doing.
Yeah, and go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, I think it's difficult for people to grasp that we can stand behind his guilt, but not understand or agree with everything that the prosecution and state did.
Right.
And it makes it difficult for us to be put in a position where we are having to defend the state's case that we don't fully understand. And there's a lot of missing pieces for us.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, that whole section there, I had to use the restroom, but I've listened. that frustrates the hell out of me. What are you talking about, Steve, and all of you guys? You guys...
Difficult for everyone. We just made it so...
What do you mean we made what?
Black SUV that you've seen that has
some
kind of explosives in it and something, and you want to give that tip?
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't go into court either. So I get where they're going with it, and the greater good.
What do you mean, the greater good and everything? This is what they do. There's nothing even wrong with it. What's the red? Remember a minute ago he said red flag? What red flag? See, he's feeding into the conspiracy nutters when you say something like that. There are no red flags here. There is nothing.
I'm just a dad trying to make sure that my daughter in the system gets better, but I do see some red flags. And
like what? What's the red flag? This is so simple, you guys. It's not difficult. They got a DNA sample off the knife sheath. When they put it in the GEDmatch and Family Tree DNA, it didn't have enough people in there to find a match. So the FBI took the same profile and put it into that other one that I mentioned a minute ago. See, it always just goes out of my head. They put it into the other company there, which is, I think I have it right here, MyHeritage. And it's a much bigger. It has like 8 million people in it, where GEDmatch has like 1 or 2. So he put it into there, or the FBI put it into there, and they found who Kohberger is. What's the red flag in there? Would you rather have him not catch the person or take him months and months to do it while he maybe be out there killing other people? Forget it.
I know we had the right guy.
See, the way he's saying that, I know he had the right guy, but what is he doing here? I don't understand this. This is sort of feeding into the trolls, almost like they're getting to him, and he's moving. Do you guys see that? I mean, it's crazy.
And we just made it all difficult for everyone. We just made it so difficult.
Well, you didn't make it difficult on anything. There's nothing wrong with what they did. It's just it broke the terms of service of MyHeritage, but it's not a law or anything.
For everyone, because nobody knew what they were doing.
Yeah. And what do you mean nobody knew what they were doing? They knew exactly what they were doing. This is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I think he wants a new trial too. But when he says nobody knew what they were doing, they knew exactly what they were doing on this DNA thing. That's why it made it over to MyHeritage, because they couldn't get it to work on the other one, because if you have like third cousins on there, man, that might take you weeks and weeks and months to get an answer. They had a killer of 4 people on the loose. I don't know what the hell this is.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, I think it's difficult for people to grasp that we can stand behind his guilt, but not understand or agree with everything that the prosecution and state did.
Right. But this isn't one of those things. The DNA, the DNA, what do you want? IgG isn't one of those things. Okay.
Right.
And it makes it difficult for us to be put in a position
about?
where we are having to defend the state's case that we don't fully understand. And there's a lot of missing pieces for us. And that's the only way that we can justify his guilt. So it puts us in a difficult position of being like, man, you guys are really making us fight for your work that you did, that you yourself won't stand behind.
But how are they not standing by the DNA part? I guess I just don't really agree. I don't understand this whole part. The DNA part's the clearest, most simple element of the case. There's nothing weird about it. Nothing sort of, I don't know. Something just doesn't add up. It makes all the sense in the world.
That's a conversation that we have a lot as a family.
Yeah, I can imagine. And Steve, with what you said, and I hate to put it in these terms, but it summarizes exactly.
No, there was no warrant. You don't need a warrant to do IgG. Okay, now maybe they'll come up with something where you can get a warrant to give to a company like GEDmatch or specifically MyHeritage and say, hey, we need access to your database. We're going to put this in there. That would be awesome. Maybe that'll be something in the future. Here's what my answer is, you guys, and I've said this before, is I think that there should be a huge sort of a I guess you call it like a whole bunch of people coming forward. What do you call it? Movement. To, you know how right now in prisons you have CODIS, right? Everybody that goes into prison, gets put into CODIS, and then they put it in there, and the first thing you do is to see if they're involved in any other crimes or anything, right? That might be what they're doing. But since they're already doing that, why not take the same DNA profile sequence, have them spit into a little thing, and then you send it off to, for example, Ancestry.com just for the creation of the raw data file, and have a deal with them saying, hey, we're going to send you millions of these, can we get a discount? That'd be like $25 a piece or something. And then they upload that to GEDmatch, and then all of a sudden, you take the entire prison population and put it in there, and then maybe you can even, like, if there's prisoners that you have to swab again or spit into the thing again, you do the whole thing. You'd have millions more people in there. And not only that, criminals seem to be related to other criminals, so you'd probably have a much better chance of finding somebody in there. Wouldn't that be amazing, though? Just put that in there. Just do it. All right. Did you guys hear what I said? That's how you get things moving. If you get all the prisoners into GEDmatch or Family Tree DNA or MyHeritage, and then have those for law enforcement use combined with the public's, oh man.
Exactly what you said. The end result justifies the means, right? It doesn't matter how we get to him through IgG because we have all of these bailout plans that we feel we can protect ourselves. Anytime law enforcement takes the idea or the process or the methodology that the end result can justify the means, we're in trouble. Because what happened with that is they created the situation, they realized how impactful it was now, and now the next 4 months of investigation is nothing more than trying to hide what they did at the beginning. And that's why we...
What are you talking about then? What does that mean? Who is this guy? Is he making you guys angry too? They did this and they spent the next 4 months trying to hide what they did. No, they didn't. They identified him and then they started investigating. That's how it works. God, it's so frustrating to me. This is how this works, okay? You get the you get the DNA. Usually it works like this. The guy he's living in a house somewhere. Law enforcement goes up to the trash can, pulls something out, and then they take DNA off of it. They try to find something that he would have used. Then they bring it to a lab, and then they compare that DNA sample with the known criminal, the sample from the scene or something. And then once they do that, they start investigating that person to see if they can figure out if they're linked to everything. And that's what they did. That's what they spent the next months doing, is putting all the pieces together, because they didn't have a place to start until they got the identification of the person's whose DNA is on the knife sheath. That's how they do this. This guy's a lunatic. How does he not understand that? It's such a simple concept.
We see the phone records were never analyzed because they didn't need the phone records. The phone records for AT&T were nothing more than a smokescreen so that they could say, oh, look, we got this tip. We followed up on the phone. We found this. And led us over here. The phone records were never gathered as a true investigative tool.
This guy's he's a lunatic. Just ridiculous.
Because they already have the narrative written. And whatever aligned with that narrative because of IgG, they brought in.
That's
and
not what he was
anything
saying,
that
Holly. That's not what
contradicted
he was saying.
that narrative, they eliminated. A really good point on this is they committed in the first search warrant to Bryan driving east on 270. Everything, and it repeats itself, on 50 different search warrants.
Right, yeah. He drove. Okay, so this is an interesting part here. They do have footage from him at the Floyd's Cannabis Shop, which is on 270. Oh, they have at least it's a white Elantra-looking vehicle. Let's put it that way.
He traveled east on 270. Bryan Kohberger was never on Highway 270 that night, ever. He took a route north of the airport. He actually crossed 95 north of Moscow, and then he dropped back down south on the east side of Moscow, and that's why he ends up on Indian Hills, is he actually came...
So I thought this was interesting. If he actually has that would be interesting. And let me show you what I was looking at here. It's actually probably, it might be up here. So Kohberger never, that vehicle that we saw at like 247 was not his because it had fog lights on him. So let's say he went up here. Look out, there's absolutely going to be no surveillance footage up here. And then he could have driven, and they're saying he went east of 95. I'm not sure exactly how he would do that, but if you kind of look at this right here, maybe he drove around and kind of over here. And, hell, maybe he did go on to 95 for a moment here and then cut across over there. But they're thinking that he was a little bit more, so let's see. I guess right here when he crossed over 95, he goes there and then boom, crosses over 95, then he could come up here like this and then down like that, and then eventually you make your, you got to get over here to Indian Hills Drive, so that's the thing. I'm not really sure how he would do that. Yeah, I think isn't that right over here? He crossed. Yeah, it's right over here. That's Indian Hill Drive. So I'm not sure exactly how he got down there. But that's what he's saying. That he came around and somehow he ends up over down here. Now, is he saying that he drove around like this and then kind of came in again, or what? I really don't know what he's trying to say because he didn't show a map. But I have him coming in like this, up like that, and then actually it's different looking now. They've already changed it. So he drove like this, up, like this, and then like this, and then around, and then up around like that. And he makes it to Steiner Avenue, goes across, passes by the A&W, then he goes up like this, and then now we're in the looping area near the crime scene.
From the east. And he did that because he's smart enough to know about the cameras. What drove me crazy in this case is when you see him go back in. By the way, the reason he went south is he panicked. Dylan saw him. He saw Dylan. Reasonable minds would say 911 is being called. And you can see in the video when he leaves, he's leaving in a hurry. If he drives back that same route, he's driving.
What a ridiculous assumption to make right there. The reason he went south is because Dylan saw him. I don't know. I guess you could maybe think that because, you think maybe she's going to call 911 and you don't want to be in the area. I think he already had this planned out. Although, he does turn off his phone. Hey, let's listen to what he's saying here. So maybe it's not that bad, this part.
Towards where Moscow PD is responding from. He's going to go right back towards the police department. So he has to go down south. When you look at 6 months worth of his records, he doesn't have activity down south. He doesn't know 95 south of Moscow. So he gets about 12, 13 miles outside of Moscow. He pulls over. There's a good gap there, which has always been a concern to me, where he sits there for probably 10 minutes.
It's 16 minutes. And guess what? I was the first person on social media to even identify the 16 minutes of missing time.
He powers his phone back on. He goes into navigation mode, and we see the route back.
It's crazy dark too. So
yeah. So this is what I think. So the thing is, he leaves the house at 4:20 and 47 seconds, and he should have been right down here by Blaine. So at the time, you got to kind of remember this. See this Highway 95? That's not how it was. This is Highway 95 at the time of the murders. There's a green line there. It's not this one. This was built after that. So he was driving down like this. Let's see. Well, that's not where he was, but he comes out right here, and that's not what I was trying to get at. Blaine is right there, right? So he should have made it to right here by something like 4:30 something, like 32 or something. And then it turns out he gets there at 4:48. All right? And it's like, well, how come that took so long? If he went straight down, they had it on the map on the first probable cause that he turned and went like this and then straight down here. Turns out he was not on this road, and Bill Thompson even said that at that hearing. He was not on this road right here. Okay? However, his phone turned on right over here. Okay, it's amazing how this works. Watch this. So I had him going out this direction, and then all the way around on this road here. Look, it's just way out in the middle of rural Idaho over here, and he comes around, and then he stays right there, and then look at this, goes right through Blaine, and then he goes right to Highway 95 at the time, and that's where he turns his phone back on, and then he starts heading south because now he needs to look at his GPS to get back home. Hopefully that made sense.
So the audience might not know what it's like out here in Idaho. You get.
Oh, and by the way, it took exactly 16 minutes of extra time to do that drive that I just showed you. Isn't that crazy? Like, I literally mapped it out. It was like, oh, wow, look at this. And then it said, oh, you get there about 4:48. And that's when he turned his phone on. Isn't that? I think that's crazy.
Out in that farm community, there's no lights. We don't have. It's dark as anything. Your headlights are all you have and high grass. So it gets. If you're not prepared for that, you're not going. And without a phone, if that's your primary source of navigation, you're driving around like an idiot, for a certain amount of time.
Well, then, like I said, we've got 6 months of records. I've got a mapping system. I can put everything in there.
I'll tell you guys again. It seemed like you guys missed what I just said. Right. So when he leaves the house right here, he went this direction. There's 16 minutes of missing time. If he had gone down Highway 95, it should have pinged right in this area 16 minutes earlier than it did. However, if you take this route right here that I just showed you, and he drives like this, it eats up the entire 16 minutes, and then he ends up right here at 4:48. Anybody hear that this time? I always like it when people are responding to what I'm talking about. Still waiting. Maybe we'll switch over to the fireplace scene. Waiting for somebody to reply. Right, well, say you got it then. You know what I mean? If you heard what I said, then say, oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, wow, that's crazy. Instead, nothing. All right? That's how, when people are doing the shows, you need people to be responding. It's almost like it got cut off or something. Yeah. It's wild. All right, go back to this.
Hit a play button, and I can watch his phone for 6 months going around the map. What you see that morning of him coming back to Pullman, you never see in the prior 5 months of records. That's the first time he's ever done that route. And then within 48 hours, he's doing the exact same route again. And that's the last time you'll see him do that. You give me the layest of lay jurors, I can connect the dots there to have them see exactly what's happening. And right after he completes that route, he goes down to Lewiston, right down to the Snake River. He's there for less than a minute or two, and then he's right back to Pullman. Like, what's happening? Of course we know what's happening. I'm with you guys on the frustration. My apologies. Like, you guys should never have been in that situation. This is an FBI issue, and I'll frame this piece. I don't put this out publicly very often.
I think Cy Ray is actually sort of passively still trying to defend Kohberger here. Do you guys feel that way? It's not like he's just trying to do like a mea culpa or whatever you want to do it. He's literally trying to cast doubt and sort of uncertainty and how weird it is, etc. Right? That's okay, Crystal. I don't know if I'm way ahead of you guys, but it feels like that's what he's doing here.
When the plea deal was reached, I contacted the FBI cast team, and I actually told them, hey, I did a lot of the investigation here. I know what the cross-examination that you guys were going to be subjected to looks like. You name your place, I'll fly to you anywhere in the country, and I will give you the full debrief of what I saw on my side and how we could get better. They never returned my call. So, even reaching out saying, I'll give you as much insight from the defense perspective of this to be better prepared next time, they're just not interested. And the other thing that I will tell you guys just drove me crazy, now that my report's out, your guys' last name is all over that report because I did an inventory. I put in, hey, here's what the phones were provided, and then I listed the phones by last names. The only last names in my report that were redacted are the FBI agents that worked on this case. So all of the victims' last names are in this report that went out to the public with the last 4 digits of their phone. But the FBI agents get their last name redacted? Like, what is that? That is insane.
It's been happening a lot.
Right.
It's really,
if you off record,
I think that's totally right. You know, look at his face. See that little happy little smile he got? Because he knows now that she's going to say something about...
If you ever want to know about some of the worst, we'll let you know. But I won't propagate them here publicly.
I just want to go back for
about like bad actors that, you know, that weren't really the greatest. Yeah, I understand, you know, Steve and Olivia sort of, you know, like they had to deal with these people. And Bill Thompson would be infuriating to have as a lead prosecutor. I think I could present it 1,000 times better. I think I knew the case and the facts better than he did. When I listened to him at that hearing, the guilty plea hearing or the sentencing, he was terrible. Like he just left out so many like huge pieces of information. I don't know. I can't imagine him. I think he knew that he sucked, and that's why he really didn't want to take it to trial. They probably brought that young guy in, and then he was just so, because he wasn't going to be able to do it very well himself. So he got that young guy in there, and then when the plea deal came forward, oh yeah, let's take it. Yeah, he could have stopped somewhere, you know. That's the other option. Like, where did he go in those 16 minutes? But I'm just saying that one really long route out there makes sense because he just sort of shows up out of nowhere. There's no way that he could be seen on camera driving by or anything.
For a second to something you said, Si. So with the A&W, which is that gas station right down the road from the house, so you're saying you mapped his phone and also, was it the victim's phones at the same time there?
Correct. And there's movement where they're all in.
See how quickly he said correct? I guarantee you that's not correct. Then he switched over to what the real thing is. Watch. Watch this. Forget the word correct that he said in there.
Mapped his...
I'm glad Bryan came back to the question he never really answered earlier.
His phone and also, was it the victim's phones?
Yes, it's a gas station too. We actually have a video of him driving by the same gas station at 9:03 or something.
At the same time there?
Watch it, yeah.
Correct. And there's movement where they're all in the area of the house before that, and then we see it pop up over by the A&W, but they're together. They're at least mapping, and they're mapping not the exact same lat longs. They're just slightly off, but they're within meters of each other, which is, for me, that's a tall tale sign that we're getting better accuracy, because sometimes the system...
Who, though? You're talking about Kohberger with them, or... Let me go back.
I just want to go back for a second to something you said, Si. So with the A&W, which is that gas station right down the road from the house, so you're saying you mapped his phone and also, was it the victim's phones at the same time?
He's just talking about the victims.
Correct. And there's movement where they're all in the area of the house before that, and then we see it pop up over by the A&W, but they're together. They're at least mapping, and they're mapping not the exact same lat longs. They're just slightly off, but they're within meters of each other, which is, for me, that's a tall tale sign that we're getting better accuracy, because sometimes the system will default if there's a problem with the system, and everybody will get the same lat long ping for like a 5,000 meter radius. But all of the lat longs are identical. In this case, they're just slightly different. They're just a couple meters apart. And it's a pattern. It happens multiple times. There's also an incident, and it was the second, I'm going to screw these dates up, but I can give them to you guys later if it's important. It was the first weekend after school started, and I believe it was Kaylee and Maddie went to Pullman, and I believe there was some type of a sorority, maybe fraternity party, and it's in the apartment complex right next to Bryan Kohberger's apartment. And at one point, Bryan Kohberger's phone moves over to that apartment complex as well. And that's rare. He doesn't typically hang out in that complex. But this is all the way going back in August, that first weekend after school started.
How would he know that they were there?
Yeah, the prosecution was doing the exact same thing. They were trying to take his phone activity and cross-correlate it with the other people in the family. They wanted to know who was in the house at a certain time because they wanted to plan the route to who was in there because they were trying to figure out
So maybe over
who
here.
was the after. And Olivia can tell you the exact day that Kaylee moved in there. I think you said it was like May.
Yeah, into the King Road house. She did move in May.
Yeah, so other people speculated there was no one in the house or only Maddie was in the house. We've never tried to play the blame game. We don't care about that. Who's to blame is BK, and we're holding him accountable. None of the victims. Like another thing I appreciate you saying is no cleanup. We've really chased that down because I mean they're literally driving these young girls to the point of they don't have a life anymore. So you're not.
They're talking about Dylan and Bethany. Yeah, there was no cleanup in there. Yeah. I mean, that was something that was said on that one special. That special was loaded up with a bunch of crap.
Not true crime.
You know, that he sat in a chair and stuff. We had to, now it's like, oh, wow, that's a fact. So we better go ahead and, we got to put this into the animations and so forth. I mean, I had to have him sitting and, it was like, But hey, guys, if you're out there, if you could please help support the Grady's Investigates YouTube channel, we could use some more gifted memberships. That would be awesome. Had very few people supporting the channel tonight.
Crime anymore. Your
Yet
speculation, again. Hollywood fan fiction crap. And I would love for true crime to get back on focus and say, how do we make the world a better place? How do we make sure that people are coming together to actually have less murders and mass murders every single year? That's something we should work towards, not this fan fiction stuff. I mean, so that's part of the reason why we're here today. This is why we've been so dedicated. That's why we made a charity. This is why we have Murder Has a Name.
That's a cool name, by the way, for a charity. Murder Has a Name. It sounds like that book that was written about Ted Bundy. What was the name of that one? It's kind of similar to that.
We're doing everything in these girls and these victims' names, Ethan as well, and make sure that the world's a better place. Really, it's just the world's a better place when this is said and done.
Yeah.
You said no cleanup, Ty. I mean, right? That you
there's no, he was in and out. We're talking minutes, and I'm limited.
There's a point in here where I almost feel like Steve mentioned me or something. I'm just throwing it out there. Because I sent him all my videos on how short of a time Kohberger could have been in the house. First I did one that was 9 minutes. And then I made one that was 7, and that was too long. And then they did tests where it was 2 to 4 minutes. And I think it's less than 5 minutes that Kohberger was in that house. Hey, thank you, Belinda. Thank you. And if you have any comments and stuff you want us to talk about, put it into a super chat and we'll discuss it.
On some of this information, there was some reenactments that I know were done, and the reenactments, this crime could clearly be carried out by a single individual, and it's 5 to 6 minutes.
You look at right there.
And if push ever came to shove, and that had to be proven in court, I know there's video out there of the reenactments. Like, there is no doubt that this is a single offender. But
and then they cut out something they cut out right there. Isn't that weird? But it looked like he was remembering the video I sent to him.
No doubt that this is
I've seen it.
But on that,
and then boom, it's gone.
That point, I think
I don't know if that's what he was doing, but I mean, I've talked to Steve on the phone, and
what you guys are hitting at it's frustrating to see is Turvey wants to say that there's cleanup because of things that are absent. I
don't know if he did or
there's
not.
Things that aren't in a
PR
bathroom, therefore it's indicative of cleanup. There's no evidence
that's
of
what it
that
looked
bathroom looked like before or after. Like, if we start building a case on that type of speculation, Bryan Kohberger's going to walk, right? That's just absurd. And I felt a deep obligation to call Turvey out. And, I'm going to piece something together for you guys. And I've been on the fence if I should voice this, but I think it's the right thing to do. So if I get in trouble later on, so be it. Don't get caught up in what I believe is a very rehearsed scam that is happening right now.
A reverse scam that's happening. This guy, I think he's a lunatic.
If you look at what's happened over the last 3 months, let me help you guys connect some dots. Brett Turvey gets with Whitcomb, who's another idiot. Like the guy who's never investigated a homicide is going to be the armchair quarterback that's going to change this thing, right? So Turvey and Whitcomb partner up. Turvey becomes very outspoken about this. And what does Ann Taylor do? She publicly reprimands him and issues this.
Oh, yeah. He does this crazy conspiracy theory here.
Cease and desist. If you think about what Turvey's saying Bryan Kohberger is innocent, that this is a big conspiracy, that there's other people. I mean, he goes as far as saying Dylan is potentially how absolutely absurd. Yet Ann Taylor reprimands him from proclaiming BK's innocence. I come out with a book.
Maybe Ann Taylor reprimanded him because it was disgusting to blame one of the Dylan. Maybe that's what she was reprimanding him about.
I go around to law enforcement. Ann knows. I told her I was going to go teach law enforcement. I have been very, very clear. I've always thought Bryan Kohberger is guilty. I think in 10 out of 10 courts in America convict this kid. Every single time we go to court, he gets convicted.
Yeah, we know, Donald.
The question is, does all the evidence come in because of some of the ways that the evidence was managed, which is a whole different conversation. But I am very outspoken that Bryan Kohberger is the guy. Why hasn't Ann issued a letter to me about breaching my NDA or all this stuff? I will argue any day of the week. What I am saying is way more detrimental to the defense's case than what Brent Turvey said, or Brent Turvey. And she did the one with Turvey. If you guys look at the picture, and here's the critical dates. The Thursday before the plea deal, Ann says in open court, Your Honor, I can't effectively represent my client if I don't get the continuation. So you have the primary attorney on this case saying in open court, it's one of the last statements she made before the plea deal, I cannot effectively represent my client. Those are not small words for an attorney to say in open court. And then
I wouldn't have allowed him.
72 hours later, we have a plea deal, and the way the plea deal came down, the way you guys were notified is disgusting. I've never seen that in 30 years. Like that, there's all kinds of craziness.
Oh, yeah. This will get me on their side. I'll talk about how they were notified. It was disgusting.
We just learned that his family was there at the plea deal. His family was there, so they learned before we did. That's the disrespect that we.
What are you getting at?
Yeah, I mean that's lame.
Though, Si, if you can just connect the pieces of what you're trying.
See, look at, yeah. See, look at. You got to give Entin credit. Now, this is. I think now I'm gonna have to I think it's great that he's trying to get stuff back on track. He sees the same stuff that we're looking at. Like this doesn't really make a hell of a lot of sense. And he's trying to get Cy Ray to get back on to what the hell he's really trying to say.
Trying to say a little more. I'm just
trying to follow. We have the ineffective counsel claim. We have the plea deal gets worked out within 72 hours. And Taylor stays on as Kohberger's attorney. Like this last year, she's the only person on the jail logs.
What he's going to say is, maybe he'll be right. Who knows? He's going to say that Ann Taylor will fall on the sword and let Kohberger have the ineffective counsel, sort of give him validity for that.
I was visiting him on a regular basis. He hasn't sought out new counsel. She's very much in his ear on a daily basis. We then see the Turvey Whitcomb book come out where, hey, there's all this conspiracy. Ann has to separate herself from that and says, oh, I don't agree with this. I'm going to reprimand you guys. Like, don't say these things. And now we see Bryan drop. And I knew the appeal was coming. In my book that I sent to the publisher in February, which is a manual, it's not a Bryan Kohberger tell-all, I put it in the book. Like, the appeal is coming. There's no doubt about it.
You called it before it happened.
And what I'm convinced about is Turvey and Ann are together on this. Turvey and Ann are not at odds. Ann needed some new information because that's the only way an ineffective counsel gets any legs at all. They need something new to get spun up. They need it to be very well known. And now there has to be this separation where Ann is helping Bryan, but not directly involved. And who takes that role is Turvey. So Turvey comes out, says all this nonsense. Bryan writes his thing. The last missing piece, and mark my words, I think we're going to see it in the next 60 to 90 days. Anne will absolutely fall on her sword for BK. She is a true believer. She believes he's innocent. She has an unhealthy relationship with him. And I think we're going to see Anne come out in the next like 60 to 90 days, maybe a little bit longer, depending on the timeline. And she's going to eat the ineffective counsel. She's going to say, he's right. I missed it. I should have known about it. And
big break moment.
I mean, it is sort of interesting that Ann Taylor keeps visiting him, I guess.
Looked at it with a new lens, with this new thing. Yeah. I'm going to go even further. I'm going to let some stuff out of the bag. So I've talked to some authors, and so they actually have footage of BK boxing. He's an amateur boxer. They have a whole thing of him in a ring. 3 minutes, 162 punches. 160. That was going to be like, oh, he couldn't do 150 in 12 minutes. Now they have him in 3 minutes throwing blows of 162 times.
Well, hey, Cindy, that's you believing what he just said. Just relax a little bit, okay? You get so caught up in something that it's totally believable right when somebody says it. When this guy is just putting out a bunch of crap after crap, and you've even said it yourself over there. But now you're like, oh, wow, yeah, I had a feeling that there was... This guy is all over the place. We don't know what the hell's going to happen here. He could be right. He could be wrong.
So there was more than enough time. There was actually more time for you to go in and maneuver and do things, change clothes, whatever you did. There was time there, and they were going to show him physically doing it against another human being that was willing to fight him. And these people are sleeping in bed. They had a really good plan. Some parts they were going to execute really well. Other parts they didn't execute as well. But to anyone who thinks that somebody could go in there, they didn't have enough time, you don't know your facts.
That's a place you could have put the K-bar in there, right?
So you think, Sai, right? I mean, you would know, I guess, you were on the inside that Ann Taylor actually believes he's innocent and has an unhealthy relationship with him?
I am concerned about the ongoing communication, the protection, just that I don't know how else to explain it, almost as like a motherly instinct with Bryan. To Steve's point, 100%. The Kohberger family was way more involved on that plea deal than the victims' families ever were. I believe that there was conversations going from the jail in real time of this thing going down. There's no doubt about that. But I've done a lot of these cases. I've done a lot of death penalty cases. It is very unusual for the defense attorney on the case, especially one who's technically a public defender,
on the show,
to stay involved and active with the defendant in prison visitations the year following a plea deal. That is incredibly rare. Like the case is done. No one is making contact with him. So the idea that it's all Ann and only Ann, and he hasn't obtained a new attorney for this appeal, to me is very telling. I think jail logs and jail calls would really expose a regular routine between Ann and Bryan that they're visiting and talking on a weekly, if not daily basis at times, which is weird. Yeah, that's unhealthy in my opinion. As a criminal defense attorney, you got to keep that line between your clients, right?
Yeah, but he made it sound different. He was trying to imply a sexual, like, oh, they have an unhealthy relationship. She believes 100% that he's innocent. No, let me just say this. If Ann Taylor actually believes that Bryan Kohberger is 100% innocent, then she's one of the dumbest people on the planet, okay, and should never be hired for another job ever again as an attorney because she's stupid. And that would be the truth.
Yeah, I was told by insiders that it's a small community we live in that said...
this isn't one of those cases where you sit around and go, something just doesn't add up here. You see it all the time from these lunatic YouTubers out there. Something just doesn't add up. Something's off. Your brain, okay? This case is not one of those ones.
She's purposely after you, Steve. She's watching your interviews, making us all watch it together and coming up with discovery based off your conversations. And once I learned that, guess what? I started talking about Bluetooth. I started talking about other things and just put her on rabbit trails just to play chess with.
See, now look at Olivia, like he's saying something. He just gave her the wrong information and
with her. But I've heard some really
Oh.
unnatural things are going on in this case.
Is there
Unnatural things.
I'll save Steve for a minute. On Olivia's cue. Is
Yeah, I don't what the hell was happening there.
there I'm just joking. Is there evidence, Cy, that we don't know about that was never public?
I think there's definitely stuff that has been withheld and has still been withheld. I don't know how much it was conveyed to the victims' families, universally, not just Steve and Olivia, but across the board. There's some really disturbing things on his internet history that I don't know ever really came out that would be incredibly hard to just simply show and walk away from a jury not thinking that it's going to leave a big impact, especially on the case of this nature. I'm talking right now specifically his porn history. He's got a very disturbing porn history that I think really paints a picture.
And that's all non-consensual acts. And I also heard gay, male to male gay. Is that accurate?
I don't know on the gay stuff, and quite honestly,
I wouldn't be surprised. He's got the low
I
ears.
don't mean this in the way it's going to sound. I'm not focused on the gay porn. For me,
I know what you're focused on.
for me, you hit it on the head, Olivia. The non-consensual, violent nature of the porn.
I was aware of terms drugged, raped, passed out, sleeping.
I would go more on incredibly violent sexual encounters. So not the sleeping or passed out, but very aware of what's happening and it being very, very violent, which is always a tough thing for a prosecutor, or a defense attorney to get through. That's something that's going to really tell a story about somebody's character. I think that there's stuff to still come out. I think you guys are going down the right road. I've quietly been watching, waiting for more to drop. I can tell you, for me, the location information and the pattern of life, it hasn't come out because I don't think they ever looked at it. And it is by far the most telling of what we have out there. By the way, the day after this, he turns the phone off again. So, again, they're trying to show these patterns, and they do a pretty good job of showing, hey, prior to the murders, he turns his phone off on this days, but it's like they just stopped on November 13th. And as an investigator who's looking at a lot of crimes like this, I want to see what he's doing the next week, the next 2 weeks, the next month. Like, that is a really critical period, too, that we see very defined behaviors of suspects like this. And the very next day, he heads to Moscow, he turns his phone off, he turns it back on, and he's southbound on I-95. It's almost a mirror of what you saw the day before.
The Barnhart said that they found a config file that they had to reproduce, and luckily they had the exact same phone. But basically, he went through a pattern. He turned off the Wi-Fi. Then I'm going to mess this up, but he turned off the Wi-Fi, like airplane mode, then put VPN, and then put VPN to only establish connections after start. And he did this whole thing, and that was brand new. He hadn't done that in the config files. That was the first time
My
he
eyes
did
are
it.
so dry.
They're going to bring that forward to say that this is a new behavior, just same thing that you're saying, a new behavior that he did before and after, and he doesn't do it again. He stops coming back to the Moscow area after the murder.
Yeah. So we're at the 44-minute mark in here. Hey, look at that. We got a challenge by Marty's Bar and Grill, everybody. If we get 5 gifted anything, $5 gifted memberships, he'll donate the equivalent of 10 of those to the coffee. So if you guys could do that, that would be great. And how about while we're waiting for a minute, I'm going to play this new. Let's just take a little break here because we've got still 40-something minutes to go. But maybe we can listen to one of these, the newer song here. Let's see, where is that thing? Oh yeah, it was under. I think it sounds pretty cool. That's the one I was telling you about. All right, here it goes. I think Marty will like this one.
morning tastes like ash and used to promises. Your shadow curls around the doorway like a question. I count the cigarettes and the hours we stole. Smile painted on while the truth keeps folding in. Maps on my chest and every road goes back to you. I learned to speak in quiet so the alarms stay new. Fingers braided tight around the frayed warning signs. I call tomorrow down like a prayer that always lies. Locked in hell, no chance for parole. You hold my body, but you don't have my soul. Your life is a calendar of faded favors. You keep my keys and bottle my name for favors. Nights hum with the static of your careful blame. I wear your cold like proof that I belong to shame. I've been to gone from all the S's I was selling. The Lord remembers every time I stop rebelling. Still something under ribs refuses to be sold. A small revolt that whispers what the dark won't hold. Locked in hell, no chance for parole. You hold my body, but you don't have my soul. I find a seam in curtains where the daylight crowds a silver blister of a truth that bursts and calls. My heartbeat learns the rhythm of a nearer shore. The chains are heavy, but they won't be here forevermore. Locked in no chance for parole. You hold my body, but you don't have my soul. I step through smoke and stories you rehearse from me.
Thank you,
Hands
Michelle.
empty, breath oh, copy the parts you couldn't keep.
I think it's so good. That's pretty cool. All right, back to this. Back to this. Back to this.
He doesn't go back there anymore. So anybody who's think he's over there just shopping, they're like, and I guess the message really is to the world is you can't commit these crimes anymore and get away with it. And that's really what I'm trying to say is I just learned recently with the labs I'm working with, I can't say this on regular TV, rapes are getting very, very rare. People don't get away with rape anymore because there's the fluid exchange, and that's leading everyone's starting to learn. If I do this, I'm going to get caught. And we need that same message in these murder cases. And I don't know how to say that in a
That would be kind of
mainstream
fun,
media
Jim.
format, but we got to. I'm
We're
trying to
just
work
gonna
on.
tank your podcast, Brian Entin.
What'd you say, Olivia?
So we're just gonna tank your podcast instead. My apologies.
No, it's okay. It's
Yeah, say all the words. Yeah, I can't say that, the R word there. I guess it's now on mine because I played it. Let's see. Yeah, well, what we should do, Jim, is I could do these members only thing, and we just listen to music and, make our own songs or whatever. Somebody could give me a whole script, and we could put it in there and see what it does. It kind of changes words around a little bit to make it fit better, but
okay.
So on that, Steve and Olivia, let me give you a name. Follow this case. I think it's really, really important. The name is Matthew Nilo, Nilo. So Nilo.
Okay.
Matthew is an attorney who was practicing in New York, but he went to law school in Boston. And in the early 2000s, when he was in law school in Boston, he was a serial rapist. And I want to say he had 7 victims that they've identified. About 2 years ago, maybe 3, man, time's flying right now. Maybe a little bit longer, just after these murders, they did the exact same thing. It's the exact same team with IgG. And they took some of the DNA from one of those rapes. They ran it through IgG.
Hey, if you're still out there, Chris O'Connell, thanks for all that help earlier in the show. Appreciate it.
IgG, and like I said, it's the same team that worked on the Kohberger case, and they got a hit on Nilo. And they went and did the 1-to-1 comparison. They got it arrested in New York. That case is working its way through Massachusetts right now. He's going to challenge the IgG, and he's going to win.
See, look at how Cy he wants to get back to that DNA thing because he's trying to figure out, look how crappy that. See, here's what I think is interesting about it. There's really nothing wrong with what the FBI did. Yeah, it broke the company's rule. Who gives a shit? Okay. But he's taken all this time, but he knows how important the DNA is, but that's what he's casting doubt on with everybody. And he even found a way to get back to that topic. Isn't that amazing? Have we talked about that one? I don't even remember what he's talking about.
The thing I want you guys focused on, because this is probably one of the more infuriating things, and if somebody's told you this, I'll shut up. But if they haven't, they are doing a huge disservice to all of the victims' families right now by not giving you guys the lay of the land. The defense is going to buy all the time they can until one of these IgG cases hits a major appeals case or the U.S. Supreme Court. When it does, you can kind of mark my words here, the rule is going to become you have to have a search warrant for IgG. You just have to. Most states have already started to adopt it, but this Nilo case is really likely. He's got the
search warrant for who?
The funding and the knowledge to take this to the Supreme Court.
I mean, so is it a search warrant with the DNA company? Because it's an unidentified person. So you're not really able to give a search warrant to a person. You would have to give it to like GEDmatch or something, and then you're able to then use their services, I guess. I mean, I guess I could see that happening at some point, but
if that happens and they actually look at, hey, when you sidestep the search warrant and you step outside of policy, IgG is out. If that ever happens, that is Bryan's gold card right there. And I think that the defense, they're watching this case very carefully. They're waiting to see what happens with this, and everything you guys are going to see the next year or two is nothing more than buying time.
But would that even matter if he pled guilty? I mean, it's not like he had a trial and then was found guilty, and then he could go back and say, "Oh, the evidence they used at trial against me, is unfair." Like he still pled guilty, but that had nothing to do with the IgG.
So here's the issues, and there's 2 huge issues here. And again, Steve, if somebody's explained this to you, then
there aren't 2 huge issues at all. You just don't like that your cell phone data stuff isn't as important anymore once there's DNA evidence. Yeah.
I'll move on. If not, like you guys, you have to be aware of this. The fact that the prosecution probably never told you about Garza versus Idaho, and man. Commit that one to memory. So Garza versus Idaho is a U.S. Supreme Court involving Idaho, where a guy who took a plea deal, who voluntarily pled guilty, actually got it reversed. And he took it all the way to the Supreme Court. So plea deals are not the closing of a case. Plea deals aren't like, okay, we're going to put this behind us. We're going to let everybody get closure here. Anytime a prosecutor frames a plea deal as closure, they're doing a huge disservice, because plea deals get turned over all the time on appeal. The second thing, and man, I am not a Hippler fan at all. I think Hippler made a critical error when he made the ruling that IgG could come in as a tip.
Yeah, we looked him up.
Yeah. But the moment he prevented the defense from being able to expose to the jury that the lab techs willingly, knowingly violated their own policy to do it, it's not a constitutional issue. That evidence comes in, but it does become a credibility issue. And any other court in the United States.
No, it doesn't become a credibility issue, because all it was a tip. Once you get the name on this tip, you give it to law enforcement, and then it's up to them to see if the tip that they got matches what happened. And it turns out, who do you guys have? Bryan Kohberger. Oh my God. Look at this, man. Law enforcement actually found his vehicle on Pullman's campus twice in the same evening. And they wrote it down. And then look at that. He's a criminology doctoral student. And he goes and he's at Pullman. And then, oh my God, he drives a White Elantra. That's the same type of vehicle that we see driving around. Okay, man, this is great. And then they start looking into more stuff, and putting it together. It has nothing to do with credibility. There is no credibility. The credibility portion lies on the end, where, is the investigative information that law enforcement comes up to prove that that's the person. That's where credibility matters, not like, oh, here's a name. Like, for example, I was telling you guys a minute ago, like, let's say you have an informant, some drug dealer scumbag on a corner who says, yeah, I saw these guys. It was Jim over there. They broke into the bank and then you go, okay, thanks, Jim. And then later you have to tell everybody, well, Jim's not credible. And yet, after you investigated Jim, it turns out that he had a bag full of money in his apartment from the bank, etc. But nobody cares about Jim. We care about our Jim here, but Jim's always the name we use for just randos. Okay.
When anybody associated with law enforcement oversteps a policy as it relates to evidence, you got to explain that on the stand. And I think if the prosecution did it right, you can explain that. Hey, for the interest of justice, for X, Y, and Z, yeah, we made this tactical decision. But the moment that Hippler made the decision that the
yeah, you're right there, Chris O'Connell. I thought you took off. I was thanking you for earlier. That was very nice of you.
Jury can never hear about any of that, and the defense is not allowed.
That's exactly
to
right.
cross-examine officers who knowingly, intentionally violated policy on one of the most critical pieces of evidence in this case. That is a judicial oversight. That in of itself, when challenged properly, has the ability.
Well, I don't know if does he get to watch YouTube?
To bring this case back.
Kohberger,
now,
you're the
Steve,
killer.
To your point,
I know you're watching.
Do it right.
I know that you saw all my videos that absolutely nailed you. That is exactly what happened. Okay, buddy, you're out there watching. Hey, man, you're the killer, you psycho. I don't want to date you either, like all these other weirdos out there that send you letters and stuff. You know why? Because I'm not attracted to you. You look like you look like Golem's brother.
10 times out of 10, he gets convicted, and maybe more comes out, and it really does put some closure behind this thing. Bring back the death penalty. I am all for this. But I think that
How do you spell his name?
I don't
Like
agree
Gollum.
with the national populace right
Oh,
now.
yeah,
that
hold on.
his appeal doesn't have legs.
Where is it?
It's very unlikely it's going to happen. I think there's a couple things
yeah,
that if it
he
falls
looks
into
like
place
that.
just right, it could happen. So
Play that?
I just say that as
What's the
prepare
difference?
yourself, right?
I've talked to some crazy labs, and there's some multi-billionaire. Okay, his house got broken into. Somebody stole his safe. Didn't just take it. They didn't just break into it. They took it. And long story short, a cigar was left behind.
They're like
This
twins.
guy
Look what happened to
hires a private lab to get a snip off of it, and then uploads it to all, and goes and finds the person who robs his house and shot his dog, which is like, it's like a movie, okay? And he gives it to the cops as a tip, and they said he basically arrested this guy and kind of is taking shit over it because he was supposed to handle them.
Yeah, I'm not sure what size talking about here. Now, I don't know if there's a portion in here where I think he does say that he thinks Madison Mogen was the target. That's what I think. But him saying that doesn't make me go, oh, then I was right. Okay? If Cy Ray tells you something, you just go, oh, okay, that was his opinion. Not necessarily doesn't mean much, but,
himself. So,
If it was
long story short, he starts his own company. And he's just going through certain locations that he's
If it was an FBI agent who said the same thing, I would believe it.
deemed as high risk. And they're just grabbing people's DNA and uploading it as if they own it. But once you abandon your DNA, you don't own it. So then they're making these databases to sell to the freaking cops. I'm going to say he's a criminal, and this is a weird story, but I really don't know he was or not, or he was just a shady business guy. But he found a niche, and he's going in there because the database CODIS is puny. There's almost nobody in it. So they need to get to these bigger ones. And he found this niche, and they're like, we're afraid to work with this guy because we feel like this is going to get shut down. But this is the stuff that's going on, Steve. This is the wild, wild west of IGG.
What were you going to say, Olivia? Were you going to say something?
Yeah. So I guess that I just don't follow the logic completely, that this is not an appeal. This is a post-conviction relief. The relief that he's asking for is for his guilty plea to be removed. Let's say that it's all granted. That essentially puts him back on the trial court. Let's say that they successfully delay until the Supreme Court decision in which it is deemed to be unconstitutional for the IGG process. We're assuming that that's going to be then done retroactively, then apply to this case. Let's assume that happens. Let's assume that IGG gets removed. It doesn't change his DNA being a direct match to the DNA on the sheath. So I guess I'm not following how we jump from these things happening. And I know you said that they're unlikely. You were like, if these things all fall together. But I'm not following how these things all fall together to then have the IGG removed, which then puts us in a position where the case is at risk considering the DNA is a match. So maybe the work was ethically budged, but the work itself is good.
Yeah, so let me give you a couple things on that. The best case I can reference you to is Carpenter versus U.S. And what Carpenter is, it's a bank robbery case, so obviously not anything of the nature of what we're talking about here. But in Carpenter, they do some cell tower dumps, and they look at...
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I did spell his name. I spelled his name Bryan Entin with like Kohberger's Bryan. I think it was in my mind. Yeah. Or I'll fix that. That's hilarious. God, I even did it down there too. Jeez, stupid. All right, looks like it's all good now.
Cell phone records, and they're able to place Carpenter at the scene of this bank robbery.
Thanks for letting me know
cell
that.
phone records. But it's the FBI, and in 2017, well, actually, the ruling's in 2017. The case actually happens about 2010, 2011. The FBI gets involved, and instead of using a search warrant to get the phone records, they use basically what they call an admin subpoena, which is a supervisor at the FBI saying, "Hey, this is relevant to a criminal investigation."
Man, I don't know what the deal is here. These people here shouldn't be trusting this Cyray guy.
Give us the stuff. So Verizon gives them the records, and they put him at the crime scene. They recover some evidence based on the phone records. He goes to prison. It goes on. He finally gets his appeal. It goes up to the U.S. Supreme Court, and this was the first case in the United States that challenged, can law enforcement look at your location data without a search warrant?
Geo warrants?
Yeah, and basically the Supreme Court said no. Looking into your location data is so personal, it requires a search warrant. And this was the landmark case for cell site location information that requires law enforcement. And now everybody except for the FBI was getting search warrants for a decade before this because we all knew where this was going. But the FBI was doing it at that point.
So how does...
All right, you guys, we're not getting the likes in here. We got 116 likes with 200 and you know what that means. Here we go. Hey, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hit that like button, 10, 20, 25, 30, hit that like button, 40, 45, 50, hit that like button. It's one of the easiest damn things to do in the world. Use your nose, use your toes, whatever blows, hit that like button, 10, 20, 25, 30, hit that like button, 40. Hit that like button, 10, 20, 25, 30. Hit that like button. It's one of the easiest damn things to do in the world. Use your nose, use your toes, whatever blows. Just hit that like button. It's so damn simple. It's almost unbelievable that nobody hits it when they come in. Thank you very much.
30, now 5, I am 35.
All right.
Claim.
So it reversed. It reversed the conviction because the conviction was based on the phone records, and the Supreme Court said, "Hey, you should have had a probable cause search warrant, and you didn't." The phone records went
right. When they do IGG, this is how it's typically done. You do surveillance on a person, or if you know where they live, you can wait for them to throw their trash out, and then their trash is now not in their possession anymore. It's free to grab. Or you can follow them around. They go to a restaurant, throw a Coke can in their drink in the garbage with the straw that their lips were on, and you collect it, and you bring it in, and then your techs swab it and get the DNA off of it, and you test it to see if it matches. So that's how that would work. Like if you're tracking somebody down, you get the straw, and then it matches the DNA from the crime scene. That's still a tip. You go, okay, that's a tip right there. Even it's weird. It's just circumstantial evidence. Even if the law enforcement does it, it's not like IGG tip, but it's like, okay, his DNA matches that. Now go arrest him. And I think they actually, when law enforcement's doing it, they put the original unknown DNA into CODIS to see if you can find a match. That's their first thing that they do. If they don't find a match, it sits there as an unknown DNA sample. Then you look for, the trash or whatever. You grab it, and if it matches, that's enough to get the warrant. And then the official match is after you arrest the person and get a search warrant for his person. Then you swab his mouth and then compare that to the original sample you put into CODIS. And then it's a 1-to-1 match on all the markers, and then boom, you got the right person. And then you start putting all the other pieces of the puzzle together.
Away. So they had to retry Carpenter and prove the case without the phone records, which luckily they had a ton of evidence and they were able to do. So that's the first one is, should law enforcement have reasonably obtained a search warrant? And this is my hang up on the Kohberger case. And the answer is so simple. If law enforcement would have written a search warrant for what they were doing with IGG, it doesn't hurt anything. We can seal search warrants. I don't have to release it.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt anything. It also didn't hurt the way they did it either. Nothing got hurt by that.
I'm going to go back to my undercover days. We did a lot of cartel cases. I was a cop in Arizona, so we had a lot of cartel cases on the border.
You know what this would be like? It'd be like saying, it's like, let's say you had a policy, the police department said, when you do an arrest, you can't pull your gun out. You have to pull your taser out first. Okay, that's what our policy is, all right? So when you make the arrest, make sure to pull the taser out, and all of a sudden an officer gets to the scene, he pulls his gun out first, and they go, you broke the policy, you bastard! That doesn't count now. Well, what difference does it make? You still just made an arrest on the person who did something. You pulled your gun out, okay. You broke a policy, okay, It doesn't mean anything. It's not illegal. It's just a rule for a website. Or maybe even the FBI has their own internal policies. What difference does it make? Can anybody explain to me why that matters at all?
We used to steal cars to wire them with GPS because we needed to get access on the car to get our GPS in there, right? So we would literally order the key from the manufacturer, and we would go steal cartel members' cars, and then we would plant the GPS in it, and then we'd recover it and give it back to them. It was a great scam. We wrote search warrants to ourselves so that we documented what we were doing, and there was transparency with legal oversight on our actions.
That's kind of
when we allow the FBI to go through back doors and to kind of trick the system.
Hey, it's Richard
if you
Watts.
ask them, why didn't you write a search warrant to GED, match GED? Well, we didn't write the search warrant because they wouldn't have given us the info.
I think it was Heritage. Heritage.
Well, it was Match and Heritage. So both.
No.
So the idea.
What do you mean Match? Are you trying to remember of Match.com? This guy is clueless. Match. There's no match. No, there. Hold on. He's probably on Match.com.
Match and Heritage. So both of them. So the idea there is.
And he's shaking his head like, yeah. But he's like, what the hell are you talking about, Cy?
We didn't write the search warrant because they wouldn't have given us the info.
I think it was Heritage. Heritage.
Yeah, it's My Heritage, right?
Well, it was Match and Heritage, so both of them.
Match? What do you mean Match? What the hell are you talking about?
So the idea there is, man, if they...
Oh, he's saying Jed Match. Okay. Oh, yeah, you just typed that in. But nobody ever refers to that as Match, okay? There isn't a soul that has any credibility in the investigative world that refers to it as match. They call it GED match or GED match. You know, they never just stop. Oh, on match. It's ridiculous. Okay, it's GED match and My Heritage. Heritage doesn't even sound right. You know, but you definitely don't shorten it by saying match. You know, hey, do you find it on match?
Reverse that. And then you get Steve Nye, and you talk about somebody who should not have been involved with this case. If you guys haven't seen his, you know who Steve is?
Jeff Nye?
Jeffrey Nye. Sorry,
Yeah,
Jeffrey
yeah.
Nye.
Okay.
Yeah.
He did an interview in August with Fox News.
Awesome.
You guys have to go watch this interview, and he explains the.
I think he
idea-
actually told this in purpose because Christy Dawn asked him, "What do you worry about?" And he said the same thing.
Oh, she's there. Okay.
And yeah, I've
yeah.
I've worried about. It's not so much him explaining, because I agree with him. The entire case was hinged on the IGG. It's what he says towards the end when he says, and you know, usually with these type of things, we can argue inevitable discovery. And what inevitable discovery is, the Carpenter case. Yeah, we have these phone records and it helped put the case together, but take the phone records out, inevitably we still would have discovered all this stuff and we can prove the case. And that's why Carpenter is still in prison today, even though those records got thrown out.
Especially considering it went to Othram first and they found the right tree. They were on the wrong branch. And Leah Larkin herself testified in the Franks hearing that eventually it would have led to him.
100%. 100%. The problem is, Jeffrey Nye on Fox TV during that interview said, we didn't even argue inevitable discovery because there was nothing that applied for it. And I'm
Let me go
like,
back.
dude, shut up.
Okay,
What
so-
are you saying?
Family tree, or not, yeah, that's what I was saying earlier, that Othram had it first, and they just weren't able to do it. So it sounds like they were in the right family, but the wrong tree.
TV during that interview said, we didn't even argue inevitable discovery because there was nothing that applied for it. And I'm like, dude, shut up. What are you saying? More importantly than even what Othram found, we have to remember on November 29th, Washington State University identified Bryan Kohberger and the vehicle, realized that he had just swapped his plates for Washington plates, and notified Moscow PD. The idea that Bryan Kohberger would have been completely absent of this investigation minus IGG is absurd. All they had to do was follow up on credible leads. That's it. That's all they had to do.
Okay. So yeah, I think that we're on the same page.
And I'm not saying I ever think this thing gets reversed.
Let me go back over here.
100%. The problem is, Jeffrey Nye on Fox TV during that interview said, we didn't even argue inevitable discovery because there was nothing that applied for it. And I'm like, dude, shut up. What are you saying? More importantly than even what Othram found, we have to remember on November 29th, Washington State University identified Bryan Kohberger and the vehicle, realized that he had just swapped his plates for Washington plates, and notified Moscow PD. The idea that Bryan Kohberger would have been completely absent of this investigation minus IGG is absurd. All they had to do was follow up on credible leads. That's it. That's all they had to do.
Yeah, they would have found him, but without the DNA on the knife sheath, the case is, it's still doable. It's just very, it's a lot more circumstantial oriented. Like, I think you could still make a strong case if you had identified Kohberger as a suspect. You only had I think having the knife sheath itself is important. Okay, because then you could still put the parts together that he ordered that on Amazon. His Elantra he turned his phone off, and then all of a sudden it turns back on south of Moscow during the exact time that the murders happened. I mean, before and after. And, you could say, he bought that, and then there's a whole bunch of the other parts of the information. But the DNA is such a big, it's hard to, you can't, it'd be harder to make the case with the knife sheath with DNA on it, with no surveillance and no other information, than it would be to make a case without the DNA, but you have the sheath, and then all the other stuff with the surveillance. I think that would be easier. But together, it's just absolutely a disaster for Kohberger.
Okay. So yeah, I think that we're on the same page.
And I'm not saying I ever think this thing gets reversed. What I'm saying is, if you guys, as the victims in the case, in all of the victims' families, if you're not being told, hey, this could be 5, 6, 8, 10 years before this thing works itself out in the criminal justice system, you're being misled. The Carpenter case, well, that was a 2011 arrest. That case came down in 2018. And that's just the appeals process. That's not even the initial case. So I think we're in for a very long ride on this. I think there's a lot of things that are going to still happen. I don't know that he's going to get his post-conviction relief. I think they're anticipating that. All that does is now it forces it into an appellate review. And it's the appellate review that I worry about.
Do you think that'll...
I guess I'm not understanding that point either. How does a post-conviction relief force it to an appellate court? Because he won't even get a hearing. His argument is nothing but ineffective counsel, which was asked in the plea questionnaire that he answered extensively to, as well as life in prison isn't what I thought it was going to be, and I was quote unquote threatened by the idea of death row. There's no other meat.
Hair in Ethan's hand.
Oh, okay, yeah, clumps of hair, which we know is completely fabricated. That's not reality. And his own defense, Ruth Ballard, testified on the 23rd of January that it was consistent with Ethan's own hair. So he can't say that that's exculpatory because obviously the prosecution didn't withhold that from them. So that doesn't work out either. So I guess I'm not understanding from how we get to he's not even going to get a hearing. Mark my words. Let's say that I'm wrong. He gets a hearing. How does that throw it into an appellate when he's not asking for his plea waiver to be removed? He's asking for his guilty plea to be removed.
He's not a lawyer, yeah.
I'm sorry.
He's an officer trying to help us.
Please, if you don't know.
No, I get it. I would be so frustrated. In fact, I would be like, just please release the guy. The only thing I ask.
That's why they won't talk to us.
That's how I feel. Just release. Let's just release him.
Yeah, they won't talk to us because these are the kind of questions that we give to Thompson, and Thompson just his eyes start darting.
I don't think that it's not an unfair question, like you said. I don't know that Cy has the answer, but that's what Olivia's asking is really the question. I mean,
here's the thing that we have to keep in mind: the post-conviction relief that he's seeking right now is going to go before Hippler, and I agree with you 100%, Olivia. He's going to turn it down. He's not even going to get a hearing. He can appeal that. This is where Garza versus Idaho comes in. He can say, "Hey, Hippler's already jaded on this. He's part of the problem. I need the ladder side of that initial team to look at this. It's a long road. They're going to have to file their stuff just right. At some point, he's going to have to get a real attorney to get on board. All I'm saying is if nobody's telling you guys that this is possible, I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm saying it
looks like Olivia wants to keep saying, hey, come on, Cy,
it's possible. They're not prepping you guys. The same thing about, hey, if we take this plea deal, we can bring closure to this case. No, it just
exactly that. They told us the opposite. They said, if you guys go with Steve and go for the death penalty, you're going to have hell to pay. But if you just go with Thompson over here, all your problems go away, and he pleads to it, and you all just go riding into the sunset. And now they're all like, I didn't think he could appeal.
Hashing old news.
What's that?
Hashing old news.
Well,
that's Dad.
We're still talking to people that are calling me like I just had Randy. He could appeal, and we're like,
well, because it's not an appeal; it's post-conviction relief, and it's going to be denied. Because here's the thing: he could have requested relief in the form of having his plea waiver removed, which would have been a hell of a lot more likely for a judge to say, yeah, sure, whatever, have your appeals back. But he didn't do that. He asked for his guilty plea removed, which logically makes no sense, which is why I think Ann Taylor's not behind this at all.
I read something that Ann Taylor signed an affidavit today.
The relief that he's asking for isn't asking, if they're trying to buy more time, give him a route to appeals. Say, just remove my plea, or just remove my appeals waiver. But you're trying to remove your guilty plea, which is never going to happen because of the questionnaire that Hippler gave him. It was incredibly extensive, and everything that he brings up in his motion was covered. So unless you're just like feigning amnesia, and unless he truly is just even more stupid than I thought that he was, and I truly thought that this man was stupid, it doesn't make any sense.
Well, and understand
like a toddler throwing a tantrum.
Them turning down this first.
I don't know what you're saying here. I agree. So Cy isn't saying an FBI policy violation alone makes evidence inadmissible. That is what he said up there. He's making a constitutional argument. His point is that the IGG was treated as an investigative tip because of the violation of the policy. Who cares? There's no constitutional violation there. Nothing. Absolutely none at all. It's a tip. It's like if an offense. It's not gonna happen though. It's never going to be determined to be unconstitutional at all, because all it was a tip and a name, and then you're like, what if you got a drug addict? There was a drug addict down there, and you snuck up to him. A cop, a detective comes up to him on a corner, and goes, "Hey, listen, here's $100. You can buy whatever with you want. Tell us who did this." Okay, yeah, that was Jim. All right. And then you go investigate Jim, and Jim's the guy, man. Everything lines up, and they're like, "Thank you." Who cares how it got there? And now if they broke the law in getting it, then I might be like, that's a little dodgy. They didn't break any law at all. They went against their own policy. Who cares? I mean, that's what I'm trying to tell people. It's just one of these things. There is no constitutional issue whatsoever. Cy-Ray is doing this because IGG has effectively really sort of, sort of neutered his cell phone data stuff, because IGG literally just finds the person's name and that's the guy. All right. That's it. Okay. It's like, and then you investigate it. And if it turns out that the facts of that guy match, or the woman match I don't know if they've done an IGG case yet where a woman was at the end of the day, like they discovered a woman killed somebody decades later. I think I just did that, didn't they? Yeah, that one case we just did that. That's funny. That's the first one I remember. But yeah, it just doesn't mean anything. I get what you're saying, but I don't agree with anything that Cy-Ray is saying here about the DNA. He just doesn't understand it. He's a cell phone person.
Motion for the post-conviction relief is another log on the fire for the bigger appeal issue. We're not done with these motions being filed. I think in the next 60, 90 days, like I'm saying, we're going to see a lot more start coming out of the woodwork. This is just step one to get that. There is a very...
That's step one.
There is a very intricate, very well planned out road that the defense is going to go down here.
Okay.
We're just getting started.
Yeah, the minute they thought they were.
Well, thanks for your thoughts out there. Unlocked evidence, I should say. Good eye, mate. I won't say put some shrimp on the Barbie. That is so ridiculous. I bet Australians get pissed when somebody says, "Hey, I'm gonna put some shrimp on the Barbie," Bobby, or whatever the hell it is. Yeah, I actually went to Melbourne. They say it's not Melbourne; it's Melbourne, almost like BUN. I lived in Melbourne for 3 months during 1980, and I have, believe it or not, an original pair of Ugg boots, and that's the year that they were invented and they're like knee high. I still have them. All right, so I have an original pair of legitimate, authentic Ugg boots from I think it was 1980 summer.
To do a plea, they probably had a whole exit strategy to be like, this is what we're gonna do, and they sold that to him.
So he's not
You say prawns? Huh.
selling out Anne right now? Anne's part of this?
And me, this is just total.
You can just talk.
That's Cy's
Spitballing.
theory.
We're
That's
spitballing.
Cy's theory.
Yeah, we're just spitballing.
It all came from Crocodile Dundee, man. That movie just ruined everything for you guys.
on right here.
Yeah.
See, I've always thought the same thing, honestly. I'm like, how do we know that she's not in on this? Say, hey, we're going to do this. Then after a few...
Okay, let me rewind. I missed some of this.
There is a very...
That's step one.
There's a very intricate, very well planned out road that the defense is going to go down here. We're just getting started.
Yeah, the minute they thought they were going to do a plea, they probably had a whole exit strategy.
What's the whole point of this?
To be like, this is what we're going to do, and they sold that to him.
So he's not selling out Anne right now? Anne's...
But what's the point of this, I guess? Like, why did they do this strategy? You get a new trial. I guess what they're going to try to do is a new strategy. file some motions, try to get the DNA. It's going to be, they need to get the, I guess, fruit from a poisonous tree. That's the term, right? They're trying to get it. The IgG is so egregiously done that anything that resulted from that, see, that just doesn't work, though, man. That doesn't work. They still would have had his name. Well, I guess they still would have found him in the system, and then they could have followed him, got his DNA, and there would have been a match. So, that still would have happened. It just would have taken a lot longer. The FBI was in a hurry, and they broke a policy, an internal policy. Who cares?
Part of this,
And this is just total.
you can just talk.
Just
Side theory.
spitballing. We're
That's
spitballing.
side theory.
Yeah, we're just spitballing right here.
Yeah.
I've always thought the same thing, honestly. I'm like, how do we know that she's not in on this? Say, hey, we're going to do this. Then after a few months, you're going to file, inadequate,
Ineffective.
ineffective
It's more
counsel.
just an attorney saying, yes, I was ineffective. Like you're looking at motions. You're looking at the evidence that was, attempted to be suppressed. You're looking at, there's so much more than goes into it than just an attorney being like, yeah, I
I mean,
could've
she's
done
essentially
more.
going to lay down on the knife, right?
I'm still stuck on what Cy started this whole conversation with, and Christy wasn't here, but that if they had done more digging and processing with the digital stuff, that Cy believes that there's evidence that Kohberger was in the living room at King Road based on the data he had. Like, did you guys know that? Did I just miss that
I
somewhere?
knew he was following these girls and stalking them online, but they refused. Nobody investigated if there was an online connection. There's
No.
Are we talking
No,
about that night?
no one knew
That night he was in the living room?
No.
No, Cy thinks
No.
previously,
Yeah,
based on the
and
data
no,
that he
is
has from the defense.
So fucking terrifying.
Out because we just
Let me rewind it a little bit. Here's the thing: is Cy Ray should just stick with his cell phone data stuff. Okay, that's what he does. He doesn't know anything about IgG, how it works, any of that stuff. Okay, he's way outside of his realm here when he keeps talking about that stuff. Just stick to your cell phone data. So right now they're talking about something related to the phone.
following these girls and stalking them online, but they refused. Nobody investigated if there was an online connection.
Land Carter.
There's
I'm talking about before.
Are we talking
No,
about that
no.
night?
Let me do the
That
show the
night
way I
he was
want
in
it,
the living room?
Laney. Okay.
no.
No, Cy thinks
No.
previously,
Yeah,
based on the
and
data
no,
that he
is
has from the defense.
So fucking terrifying.
Out because we just skirted on past it.
Sorry, I've been thinking about that. the
No,
whole time.
no. You're
Me-
right.
I'm like, did I
That's-
miss that somewhere and you guys secretly knew, or I didn't?
Oh, I'm going to go a little bit off script here too, and I could be wrong. And this is where I was asking about the VICAP report and all the questions to family and friends, which I can't find any reporting being done.
Never happened.
The little bit that I have dug into, I also believe it's possible that Bryan Kohberger could have been at that house at certain times and not necessarily even been noticed. I think he could have blended in very easy. A large group of guys specifically, but a large group of college kids hanging out in, near, around the house may not have triggered what everybody thinks necessarily. I'm not saying that there's evidence of him breaking in the middle of the night and snooping around the house. I believe there's evidence of him late at night being at, near, or in the house, but it's also at high traffic times in that general area. And I believe he could have blended in really easy. The other thing I'm going to throw back to Steve that is just mind-numbing to me is there is a pattern of him looking at multiple houses. I believe he's a serial killer. I believe that was the intent here, was he was going to start his serial killer spree, if you will. And one thing you have to understand about the psychology of serial killers is part of what drives them, part of what fuels what they're doing is the randomness of selecting victims, watching victims and thinking in their head what they could do. That is a huge piece of serial killers. And I think he had multiple targets throughout the entire Moscow, Pullman area. And when you look at his phone at night, that's what he's doing. He is going around hitting these different houses, watching people, interacting with them potentially. I cannot find any history where somebody's taken the phone records and mapped out all these locations and then gone to law enforcement reporting to say, hey, what reports of a prowler, suspicious person, stalking type behavior, like just give us all the calls for service in these different areas and see, can we match up? Hey, he keeps going back to this other house on the northeastern side of Moscow. Oh, weird. The neighbor across the street has called in 3 times about a white car. Like, how does that change this investigation dramatically? And these are some of those things that I keep saying are just completely absent from this investigation. And the only reason I'm saying all of this part, Olivia, is I want him to get the appeal. I say, let's bring it on, get a new trial, but let's do it right. Let's get the right investigators involved, and let's go show the world just how depraved this guy was.
No, Cy, you just want to get your paycheck again, get back in there. I think Cy might actually be covertly still, on Kohberger's team, really trying to push that DNA element. That's what it feels like to me. But anyways, we got Marty said, Kohberger has never been guilty of blending in. That's true. He doesn't blend in. You can see his ears and his eyebrows coming from a mile.
Let's bring back the death penalty, make it happen. I worry that they don't do that and they fall back on this. Well, he's not going to get the appeal. We're not worried about it. Oh, crap. He made the first hurdle. He's not going to make the second hurdle. We're okay. And then all of a sudden we find ourselves in a position 5 or 6 years from now that there is a real possibility of a new trial and they haven't done anything to patch the holes from the first round. And that's where I've been very vocal with anybody who will listen. The time is now to start this investigation over.
But his DNA isn't in the house. It's only on the knife sheath.
To do it, just document it, get it done. It's not a crazy expense. I mean, we've done everything at our own expense. I probably have about 50,000 invested in my Kohberger nonsense at this point. Like, there's people like myself and other people and stuff that you guys are doing that you can do this the right way. I think it's all about getting a mental mindset of where this thing can go, being very real and truthful with the victims' families to explain, hey, here's a number of scenarios. And even if it's a 1% chance, it's something that we need to discuss. And hey, how do you combat this? If lightning strikes twice here, how do we make sure this guy never walks? Because that, at the end of the day, is the real goal here. This is why I've been so outspoken, is we can never allow somebody like this to walk, especially if
four murders. The FBI told me, they looked at me like, Steve, I know you're concerned, but do you think somebody with 4 murders is going to walk? We have to do everything perfectly. And it was crazy that when you told me that you felt like there was more mistakes on that side, I was just like, and that was the side I was almost going with. If the other families would have told me, kick Kaylee out and you guys go do your own thing, I would have, but they were like, no, we want you to be the loudmouth and pretend like we don't like you. But the truth is, if you're not here, we're all in fucking trouble because now we got to get our heads out of the sand,
Yeah.
So you don't think it was just...
Make sure I hit your points there.
Sorry, what were you going to say, Christy?
So you don't think it was just... Sometimes I think that people just put too much thought into it. And I think, look, he happened to spot one of the girls at some point in time. He started following them to their house, started watching them, found out that it was, a house full of girls, perfect for him, score, everything that he was, really needing and wanting. And he, started planning on, murder and, obviously had his knife and whatnot. And finally that night he just pulled the trigger and went in. I mean, I don't understand why everybody thinks it's so elaborate. You know what I'm saying?
Because that house is a dead end road surrounded by other houses. Okay.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, Mom. He decided back before he ever moved to Washington that he was going to kill someone. He decided way back when that he was going to kill multiple someones if he was able to continue getting away with it. Okay. He walked into that house after 1. He didn't walk out after 4. He didn't anticipate this. He thought he'd be way better at it than he was. But part of his game is that he's a hunter. So it gave him an adrenaline boost to see them out in public, to follow them without them knowing, to do these things, until that was no longer giving it, that drug hit wasn't enough.
Yeah, and then he decided to go kill him, I bet. I haven't watched this. But yeah, like Kohberger, I think, I don't know if he knew exactly who his targets were going to be, but I think he chose to go to the state of Washington as an homage to Bundy, who went from Pennsylvania to the state of Washington. And I think he did the same thing. And then I think, he's, I think he wanted to be a serial killer. And my opinion is that he left the knife sheath intentionally on the bed as a calling card. That's why there was only DNA on the underside of the button snap, because he forgot to clean. He had it all wiped down, nice and clean, but he forgot the part right underneath the button snap. And so I think he meant to leave it there, and it would just be like, later on he'd be known as Kohberger the K-Bar Killer, and he was going to probably leave one at every scene. That's maybe why he ordered a whole nother set. Could have also ordered it to replace what they know that he would have ordered, in case they get a hold of him. Well, here's mine. I got these, but it's so stupid because it's another order online. So
until it just kind of became this, he knew he had to do this. There was no getting out of it. He had a separate bank account with money that he had put in there that he hadn't touched, and he was broke as a joke. It's not like he had a ton of money to spare. Starts using it in cash.
Fantasy fund.
Fantasy 101, because at the end of the day, he's just an addict, and the drug that he's chased has always just been different. First it was health and workout and this and that, and then it was, this grandiose that he's healing his, autoimmune disorders because he's so smart and this and that, and it at one point it was heroin even. He's an addict that has always been obsessive and addicted to something, and he became addicted to this idea of chasing this high of killing someone. It wasn't personal to him.
100%. You
Thanks,
couldn't have
Jim.
said that better. 100%. I agree with you. And if he ever does walk, he will kill again.
Yeah, of course he will.
We know they investigated him back in Pennsylvania, and it didn't go anywhere, but they definitely were concerned.
Yeah.
No,
Well,
he
I think-
escalated his predatory behaviors until they no longer fulfilled his needs.
So I didn't get Thorn Road right, but was that close?
I have to give Bryan Entin credit here, how he let them just talk. He didn't hardly ever say anything at all. That's so hard to do. I would have a very difficult time doing that, because I know the case. So, it's like in my DNA at this point. I know all the little things. So it's kind of like, I'd want to jump in and say, well, I wouldn't let Cy Ray get away with something, but maybe that would sort of stifle it a little bit.
Close? Was that closer than Payne's little loop?
Oh, stop it.
That's terrible. It's about, if you look at where Thorn is and the road comes down, it kind of doglegs, 95 doglegs around.
Okay.
Dogleg, it starts to go straight again. It's the third dirt road after that one. There's a farm
Oh, well,
that
hold on.
sits right on 95.
Let me see if I have the. Hold on a second. I want to get that part.
Get where Thorn is.
He's an addict that has always been obsessive and addicted to something, and he became addicted to this idea of chasing this high of killing someone. It wasn't personal to him.
100%. You couldn't have said that better. 100%. I agree with you. And if he ever does walk, he will kill again.
Yeah, of course he will.
We know they investigated him back in Pennsylvania, and it didn't go anywhere, but they definitely were concerned.
Yeah.
No,
Well,
he
I think-
escalated his predatory behaviors until they no longer fulfilled his needs.
So I didn't get Thorn Road right, but was that close? Was that closer than Payne's little loop?
Oh, stop it.
That's terrible. It's about, if you look at where Thorn is and the road comes down, it kind of dogleg.
Okay, let's see. Thorn. What is he talking about? Oh, now okay. It's way up here. It's like, whoa, what did I do? Where's Thorn? I'm gonna see if I have it anywhere near what he's saying. No. What's he talking about? Thorn. Is that? Thorn Avenue, Moscow, Thorn Creek Road. Okay. Oh, I drove those routes. Okay, so here, that's right. So Thorn is one that I went on at one point. I remember that, and then I was over here, and then this is the actual route I drove. I think I did the one on Thorn one time as well. Okay, so let's see. Let me see what he's saying again here. This is about the only thing I'm interested in is his GPS, his cell phone data stuff.
Oh, stop it.
That's terrible. It's about, if you look at where Thorn is and the road comes down, it kind of doglegs, 95 doglegs around.
Okay.
Dogleg, it starts to go straight again. It's the third dirt road after that one. There's a farm that sits right on 95 right there, and that's where he worked his way back up to Thorn, and then he came back down. So he goes across up to Thorn Creek and then back down around.
What the hell are you talking about? Yeah, Thorn Creek. Yeah, and then well, this is where they had him cutting across. But Thorn is right there. I remember I actually took that one. And then I realized, oh, wait, I'm in the wrong place. But maybe I was in the right place. Yep, Thorn Creek. But what is he talking about? Yeah, I mean, if he was at night, he might have been kind of like lost. But the reality is this route right here takes you almost exactly to the timing. Well, actually, just from right here. So right when you come out on the 95, the timing of this route, but many of these other routes would be about the same. Like you could have cut across through there, went into Johnson, whatever, Let me see what, I want to go listen to that again. This is the only kind of stuff that really interests me.
No longer fulfilled his needs.
So I didn't get Thorn Road right, but was that close? Was that closer than Payne's little loop?
Oh, stop it.
That's terrible. It's about, if you look at where Thorn is and the road comes down, it kind of doglegs, 95 doglegs around.
Okay.
Dogleg, it starts to go straight again. It's the third dirt road
so that's right
after
there.
that one. There's a farm that sits right on 95 right there.
Oh, that's
and that's
mine.
where he worked his way back up to Thorn, and then he came back down. So he goes across up to,
I got the right
Thorn
one.
Creek and then back down around, and he actually shoots out
Borgen
back
Road.
onto, I think it's
That
195.
was definitely close. And
It's
AI
not
helped me because
because
I was trying to pull the timestamps all together with the 448, and 448 was my source of truth.
That he was stopped there. Cy Ray said that he was stopped there for about 10 minutes. We never anticipated that long of a gap that he was.
No, he didn't. Let's see. A second. All right.
Was stopped there.
Oh,
We
yeah.
always
Yeah.
I had told Steve a long time ago that there was 16 minutes of missing time. There's a gap. And that isn't really what he said, that he stopped there for 10 minutes. That means he was somewhere else and then showed up there after 10 minutes. It sounded like when he just described that again, it's exactly what I have on the map. All right, so if he does talk about it later, like somebody said in the chat, then it should be on this road right here, which is like Borgen or something like that. Borgen Road. Right there. Okay, so if he says that, and then he mentioned how it goes up towards Thorn Creek and then down again, and then down. Remember how he said that? So I think this is exactly the road. So he must have the same thing. So it does match the only part that's not accurate on this is the first leg, where in the probable cause it has him going down Highway 95. This is the new Highway 95. Notice how when I zoom in here, it's not really there. See that? That's because this is from 2023. If I go to now, there it is. Boom, right? So that wasn't there at the time. So I think he went way out over here and then came across. I mean, I almost feel like I could get rid of this. Yeah, I don't know. There's probably so many dots in there. But I think if I got rid of that, it would look better. Don't need that. Also don't need this one. I'm almost certain it did that. Yeah, I gotta leave that there. Wish I could highlight.
1 to 2 minutes. So the timeline that we have.
Gone farther down than he's probably needs to be.
Yeah. So it's
From
not,
the
it's not
house-
fault.
From the house to where he stopped, I want to say it was like 14.5 miles. And you saw the rate of speed he was leaving the neighborhood at. I have no reason to believe he's not driving 65, 70 probably on the road. There's a solid 10 to maybe 15, depending on how fast he drove. And again, the
It's
part I
16
can't stress
minutes.
enough is he goes back to that exact same spot where he stopped the next night.
Yeah, because he dumped his stuff right
He
there.
did?
And came
Yeah,
back
he
where
goes back.
said.
Holy
And then
sh-
he's
And then
going
goes to
into
the Snake River.
And then as soon as
What do you mean? What do you mean the same place that he stopped? What are you talking about?
he's there, he goes down to the Snake River, and he doesn't spend any time. He goes to Snake River, and then immediately he's back up 195.
So you think he left the stuff there and went back and got it the next day and then dumped it in
Yes.
the river?
Yeah, and I'll give you guys my theory. I would be really interested in your feedback here. But looking at everything that I've seen, I believe Maddie was the target. I believe Maddie is who he interacted with earlier. There's some other things that kind of support that. I hope a lot of this comes out at some point. I think
Sorry to know, but why do you say some things to support that? Is that the cell phones?
yeah, there's a lot more collisions between Brian's phone and Maddie's phone than any of the other victims.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying,
Well, that's always been my theory, but I don't take it more like, oh, because Sai's saying. I mean, he's more credible in the cell phone world, even though in that world he also gets in trouble.
about collision is they start to occupy.
I don't know where they're talking about where the car stopped and he went right back to the same area. I think he's wrong. He went back the next day. On the way back, he was over here in Johnson. Remember? Here's Johnson. He was over in this area. Where he stopped for 10 minutes on the way down is somewhere over here, and it wasn't maybe not even stopped. It just the route took that much longer. So I don't know what he's referring to when he said it stopped, and then the next day or whatever, he went back to the same spot. Okay, that's never been something over here. He went up this road, and then the next day he went right up here again near Johnson. And remember, that's where that tree was. I think it's right there even. This is where this tree is that somebody said that, I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's a bridge, right? Let me see if I go back. Yeah, there you go. And so that's that crazy thing where a guy saw a white car parked underneath this tree that evening where he said he was driving by there. So it's interesting that, like, this is an image that I found in July of 2022 after Kohberger was already there, and there happens to be this white car parked under that exact same random tree, which I thought was pretty crazy at the time.
Time. And there is a little bit more of a pattern to that than with the other victims.
And
And
what do you mean, though? I know you don't have all the data in front of you, but like in different locations, or like
I
where
want to
was
say
they?
August 28th, but I could be wrong if that's a Sunday. The first Sunday after the full week of school starting in August, it's Maddie's phone that I think interjects with his phone in Pullman, and this is the apartment complex right next to Brian's. And they start off at like the student center at WSU, and then they move up to an apartment complex. And I think there was an interaction there that could have been the first crossing of paths. There's multiple times around the house that A and W over time, but consistently it's more with Maddie than the other roommates at that point.
He dips into his fantasy fund, and Kaylee's up here. And it was like that. That's the moment he's going to plan this murder, and she's still down there, and Kaylee's up here hanging out with us. So I totally agree, but I can't say that in a forum.
And you guys know better than I would.
What do you mean
I
you
think
can't-
the fact that
what do you mean?
Kaylee
What do you mean you can't say that in a forum? I've been saying for a long time that Madison Mogen, I think, is 100% the target. And the reason I say that is because when I went there, when you drive around and you park your car, you can't really see into Kaylee's room unless you go way over to the side, and it's still kind of a weird angle to see into her room. For example, like this is what it looks like. Now, if you went up into, let's see, like her room is this one. See out that window right there. I mean, I guess it's better just to kind of, if I go up in the air here. I don't have the parking lot built in. But when you park outside, it's like this. You can see right into her window back here. But then when you go around, it's hard to see into Kaylee's room. You're about like that at maximum over to the left. But this parking spot here, you could see right into her room. I have my, 360-degree video. I've shown you guys this, where you can see right into the room. And I bet you he would sit there at 10 or 11 o'clock at night and watch Madison change clothes. Maybe she left the window open accidentally or whatever. And he would watch and stuff, and he just got really obsessed, Because, like, Madison Mogen is like the quintessential sort of Barbie doll college student, the one that he would hate the most, being an incel. All right, anyways.
Is in the same bed as Maddie that night is somewhat of a fluke. Like, right, that wasn't something he could have predicted. So what I believe starts as a targeted one victim thing.
Yeah, it's almost like he listened to my show. Yeah, what I've said since the very beginning was that he went in there to kill Madison. This is what I think he was going to do. He was going to go up to the house. He was going to sneak into Madison Mogen's room and stab her, kill her, and then leave his knife sheath there and take off. But what happened was Kaylee was in the room, and she woke up. And then there was a little bit more of a fight than he wanted. It made a little bit of noise. Then Xana Kernodle came up and heard it. Then he saw her, and then he chased her down the stairs, and that led back to Xana's, her own bedroom, and then Ethan Chapin was in there, and he killed both of them too. So basically there was supposed to be one death that night, and there was 4. And I think that's exactly how it went down. Are you guys even here? Like, you guys are just talking about other shit,
Very quickly rolls into 2. I think Xana interrupted that, and I think there's great.
That's the scream.
Well, the scream, but also there's really good. So before, in my prior life, before I started doing a lot of the phone stuff, I did a lot of homicide stuff. I was a blood spatter expert. There is excellent blood spatter in this house that, in my opinion, Xana not only interrupts it, but he chases Xana through a big portion of the house, and that's where Xana comes into. And then,
yeah, I've already said all this. It's almost like he watched my video and then he went, "Oh yeah," because he's not. They don't talk to him about this shit. He's a freaking cell phone guy.
And then Ethan comes into, and to your guys' point of the physical side of this, he's just exhausted by the time he sees Dylan, and that's why Dylan today. And this changes his plan, and this is really important for the investigators to wrap their head around. The route back
I think it could be more than, okay, this person's awake, maybe they called 911, I got to get the hell out of here, I don't have time to kill somebody else.
was going to be the same.
I don't think it was because he was exhausted.
There, I believe he was going to go right back out on Indian Hills, up north to that little crossover road, and then come back north of the airport back in, because he can get all the way to his house and never pass a video camera other than the Indian Hills one. But because 911 is being called, he drops down to the south. So yeah, I think it went from
I mean, I guess that's possible what he's saying there.
1 to 2 to 4 very, very quickly. Then there's the interruption, which completely throws him off his plan. He doesn't know what to do, but he's smart enough with everything he has on the criminologist side, which, by the way, I completely agree with you, Olivia. He is a terrible criminal. His PhD program is not
box of rocks.
Yeah, but
yeah, let's play that last part again. Here we go.
With you, Olivia. He is a terrible criminal. His PhD program is not
box of rocks.
The truth is,
but he is
dumb
smart
as they
enough.
come. The truth is, you're as dumb as they come.
And maybe looking for a white car, I shouldn't go driving back up through campus driving a white car with a car full of
and the path that you were talking about where he went, I think Indian Hills Road, everything he did was misdirection. So he didn't want to come in from west to.
Yeah, so you know what's weird is now it seems like these days when I talk on here, you guys don't really respond to anything that I'm saying.
East. He wanted
Maybe you've just heard it so many times that
to come from east to west. He was playing the same game. So if he did,
wow. Can you say, I bet his middle name is N, and his last name is actually Stein, and his first name is Frank. I mean, all he's missing, I mean, he's even got the little electrode on the side of his head there. He needs another one there. I mean, he looks exactly like Frankenstein.
To get caught, he wanted it to appear like he was coming from the opposite direction of where he really came from.
Right. I do have to go.
Okay.
But I just want to.
All right, guys. Man, that was awesome. I really appreciate it, Cy. And Brian, thank you for putting this together. It wasn't a gotcha. It was organic, talking with people. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for
appreciate
honestly
all
having
of
such
you.
a platform where I do genuinely feel like we have said more in this than we've ever really said publicly. And that's honestly 100% due to you and how you choose to, be a journalist and the open environment that you foster. And Ray, I just wanted to say thank you. It is what it is. I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate your time more than anything else. Just being able to, talk with us and meet on a playing field together.
My little 5 minutes that I have, I'm literally going to go to bed with nightmares now because of the hearing him say that he was in the living room and then hearing him say that he went back to that same spot the next night. I mean,
this is his thought. This is him thinking out loud.
But that just terrifies me. I'm like, oh my gosh. And that
Mom, there's literally not a single thing scary about him. He's the
Yeah. Well, here's the thing is he's just repeating what's in the probable cause document. How he drives up this way, and then he came back down this way. Remember at 5:32 to 5:36, his phone was in this an area over here turned on in Johnson. I don't think Ray knows what the hell he's saying something that doesn't make sense about coming down, then it stopped here for 10 minutes, and on the way back, the next night the next day he went down to Clarkston, and then he drove up here later. They actually have his phone turn on at 5:32 to 5:36 near Johnson, not over here. So I don't know what he's referring to.
the biggest pansy coward ass that you could ever imagine.
The girls were scared.
Well, of course,
the girls were scared because of
vulnerable.
his mom, and
Monsters
he doesn't have an
prey on vulnerable
anymore.
people.
Yeah, and same thing, Brian. Thanks for having me on. And I'll throw this out, Steve. I talked about it earlier, and Olivia, it goes to you as well. And if you're okay with it, Steve, I'll just respond back to that. Yeah, I have your email on, I think, the questions that they sent over, that Courtney sent over. I'll respond back to you. I'll give you guys my contact and
she's
my
over
phone
there
number, 24/7. Anything you guys ever
Courtney
need,
used
or
to be
if you
on
need to
Court
bounce
TV.
anything off, let me know. I'm more than happy to sit down anytime, have as many conversations as you want. If there's anything you guys are doing foundation-wise or trying to promote some of the change you guys are talking about, I'm super interested. Let me know how we can help if we can. I can't emphasize enough. We are really trying to push this as a really intense training for law enforcement on how to never.
I don't know. I talked about that more recently. I don't think he changed his mind till somewhat recently. Kelly the Witness, or whatever the hell your name is. Man, you guys need to make names that are a little easier to
fall for this trap again, and how to prevent a lot of these things. We're getting an excellent feedback on that. So rest assured, the overwhelming majority of the law enforcement community that I'm working with sees where you guys are coming from. Their heart goes out to you guys. The victimization that you guys have been re-victimized by the process is one of the goals I've always had of trying to prevent. Like, how can I?
See, he's just being a salesperson right here.
And that's one of the things I got involved in this case on. It wasn't to ever be Bryan Kohberger's defense expert. It was to keep my ethics and say, look, criminal investigations can never look like this. And if those of us who see it and understand it don't stand up and say something, who does? So again, any pain or suffering that I have caused or helped happen with this nonsense, please understand, Ann has never spoken for me. Things that Ann says is not what I said. But my apologies for that if it's caused you guys heartburn, and anything I can do to be of assistance, I'm yours. So for what that's worth.
Appreciate it, man.
Thank you. We do appreciate it.
Thank you,
Thank you so
guys.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Have
much.
a good
Thank you.
night, guys.
Bye.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye, Brian. It was good to see you.
Christy.
All right, so I really appreciate Cy and Olivia and Steve for coming on the show. And again,
See, I think he has like a Courtney, I think, was the Court TV producer for a while. I mean, there might be another person named Courtney, but I think it'd be so cool to have a producer where they're actually out there getting a hold of the different people, you know, because all he has to do is show up, and then he's got like these guests that he's got to do, and you know, he goes from case to case. They fly him, and then he shows up, and on the way there, he probably learns about it a little bit more, and then boom, you know, he gets to have, you know, these different guests. I don't know. I was just talking to another creator out there today, a bigger one. They were like, yeah, it's crazy how all these people came from the media, you know, the legacy media. Now they're doing YouTube, and they've got all the, you know, producers and whatnot. So you got to use some of their stuff to go over. Yeah. I don't know. They didn't seem like they were too offended by it. Well, the mother seemed like, I don't know. Which part are you guys referring to? How he re-victimized them? I guess I missed that. I was looking at something. I was typing. Is that the same person? Okay, well, who's Courtney then? It was somebody that was... Well, Courtney was the one on Court TV that when you're waiting to go on live, she kind of talks to you and stuff. So I don't know if they were really a producer. They were kind of a... I don't know what you call that. But I know it's kind of... I mean, Courtney's a pretty common name. Not really common. It's not like Mary or Jim. Oh, you remember that the other night we were talking about that serial killer? Well, the two people that were arrested on the same night. I mean, not arrested. They were both executed the same day. Well, I actually covered the other case that today Grady Judd talked about. The police officer who killed, you know, I think it was the 14-year-old. But we actually went over a different case. So he ended up killing another little kid, too. And I have that one from 2022, but it's already almost 3 hours in here. Yeah, you got a lot of problems with your system there, Sandy. You got to get something fixed. Yeah, I have the thing from Grady Judd. It's just Jennifer Weldon. I actually covered that, so it sounds like it's the same damn story. And it's weird too, because when if you look at this right here, the dates are July 2022, so 4 years ago. And then there's Jennifer Weldon. And then there's even a folder in here, James Duckett, because they thought maybe he was the guy. So you go through all these different, you know, things, and it turns out they ended up like solving that cold case like just now. Let me see if this is... Here, I'll just read this timeline of this. Teresa Maccabee, that's the one we talked about yesterday, leaves home at 10 p.m. to buy a pencil from Kirk K. Mascot. Police officer Jimmy Duckett sees her in the store parking lot, and he says he sends her home because of the 10:30 p.m. curfew. The next day, Teresa's body is found floating in Night Lake. May 13th, Lake County medical examiner says Teresa had been choked, sexually assaulted, and drowned. June 16th, Duckett is named a suspect in the crime and is placed in administrative leave. June 19th, Duckett is fired from the Mascot Police Department. October 27th, grand jury hears evidence about the crime and indicts Duckett. He is jailed on a first-degree murder charge 3 hours later. November 18th, 1987, Duckett enters a written not guilty plea at his arraignment. Judge refuses to bail for Duckett on December 18th. March 2nd, 1988, Duckett is charged with sexual battery. April 25th, the trial begins. April 29th, an FBI hair analyst testifies that a hair found on Teresa's clothing distinct as they can tell it's from him. May 3rd, a fingerprint analyst testifies that Teresa's left handprint on the hood of Duckett's police car is, let's see, where does it get to the other one? Florida Supreme Court contends his original lawyer. I think that part's maybe just about the one we already went over. That's Teresa, right? Okay, that's Teresa. Jennifer Weldon is this one right here. Okay. So inside Jennifer Weldon, you also have the, I guess, Teresa Maccabee file in there. That's pretty weird though. This one must be almost identical because how old wasn't she like 14 also? That's crazy. This guy's like I'm not sure if you call him a pedophile or what he is, but he's Teresa Maccabee. How old? Let me see how old she was. She was 11, so that would make he is a pedophile. So she's 11, and then all of a sudden, then Jennifer Weldon was 14, and then he was just like today. We got the Grady Judd. I don't know if you guys want to watch that or not. I haven't played it yet. Do you guys want to see it, or? I mean, it's 50 minutes long, but I need to get some more support for the channel to sit here for another 45 minutes. We've been dead as a doornail for already like an hour. So if you guys have the ability to, that would be great. Thank you. Okay. Oh wait, I can't do that one. Hold on, let me. Where did I put that? I went in that folder. Okay. This is from today.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being with me today. This is a somber day, but it's a very important day. We're going to lay out information that for the last 38 years we've not been able to share with the media because we've had an ongoing investigation. And that ongoing investigation had to deal with the murder of Jennifer Weldon when she was only 14 years old, just 3 days short of being 15. But I'm joined today by Mindy Oakley. Mindy was Jennifer's best friend, I mean really best friend, and you'll hear more about that from her in a few minutes. And then Amy Weldon was Jennifer's younger sister at the time of the murder. And Hope Lehmansaw was...
Hey, we got another challenge by Marty. He says he'll gift $50 worth of coffee if we get 5 gifted memberships. Oh, there you go. Chris O'Connell just did it. Hey, thank you.
Is the younger sister who was not yet born at the time of the murder. But all 3 of these ladies are going to speak with you today. So I'm going to take a few minutes, and this is going to be kind of a different press conference, if you will. I'm just going to lay out moments in time and hit high spots. First off, I want to introduce you to who should be...
Thank you, Chris O'Connell. And Marty's Bar and Grill.
Jennifer Weldon today. This is an age progression of what she would look like. But Jennifer's not with us today. You know, she wasn't able to graduate from high school. She couldn't go to college. She never had the opportunity to marry the love of her life. She never had the opportunity to have the children. and raise the children and enjoy the wonders of being a mother. She never had the opportunity to send her children away to elementary or kindergarten on their first day, or to watch them graduate from high school. And who knows, maybe she or her children would have been the one that turned into the scientist that found the cure for cancer. But none of that happened. She wasn't able to attend her mother's funeral. She wasn't able to see grandchildren come into the world, and we all know, if we're grandparents, that that's the most wonderful people in the entire world anyway, our grandchildren. She wasn't able to celebrate all of those events because James Duckett, a former mascot police officer, robbed her of every bit of that, and also robbed her family and her friends of the joy and excitement of socializing and being part of her life forever. This is what Jennifer looked like when her life ended, 3 days short of 15 years of age. I'm going to go over for you in just a few minutes a set of events that gives more detail. But before I do that, let me show you Jennifer's bedroom. This is Jennifer's bedroom that you've never seen. As you see, she liked to have stuffed animals, and it looked like what you would expect of a beautiful young 14-year-old's bedroom, with all the things that were special to her at that moment in time. And she planned to add a stuffed kitten to this group of stuffed animals she had, and you're going to hear a lot more about the stuffed kitten that never made it home, just like Jennifer never made it home. What you're going to see is her funeral. Now, you're not supposed to see a casket of a 14-year-old beautiful little girl, but here it is. And the people across this state and across this nation have never seen Jennifer's casket and her family and friends. And James Duckett viciously abducted, we suspect raped, and we know from circumstance murdered, violently murdered this little girl. And as I give you this lineage, there's things I want you to remember. This is what we found at the scene. This is the t-shirt that Jennifer wore that day that you've never seen. And I will show you her shoes in just a little while. But here's what occurred. Jennifer lived on North Soakham Loop Road in Lakeland. We know that she disappeared on Saturday, September the 19th, 1987. She spent that Saturday with friends, with her boyfriend, Johnny Marsh, who was 14, with a girlfriend, Angel Sullivan, and with Johnny Marsh's mother. They went to Tampa. And while they were in Tampa, this is a copy of, not the actual, this is a copy of the kitten that she got that day that she was going to take home and add to her collection. And this is the green bag, a copy of the green bag that held the kitten. And I will explain how all this is important in just a few minutes. But at the end of the day, Johnny's mother dropped Jennifer and Angel back off at Angel's house on Highway 98 North, where they hung out until about 9 p.m. At about 9 p.m., Jennifer started to walk home, and she lived approximately 2 miles away. Not too far to walk. After all, she's almost 15 years old. Certainly you can walk that far. It was a Saturday night now, and she never made it home. Jennifer was reported missing, and that began a frantic search by family, friends, and law enforcement to find Jennifer. That search did not end for 13 days. So 13 frantic days we looked for Jennifer to no avail. So how did it end? An employee for Gardner Mines, phosphate mines, was driving down a small dirt road in one of the mines and noticed a pair of shoes on the side of the road, partially in the road. This is what the man saw that day. And here were the shoes of a 14-year-old little girl that was left in the road. So when the man saw these shoes and he thought, that's strange, he noticed a pair of shoes on the side of the road, partially in the road. This is what the man saw that day.
Yeah, I think I found the, Weldon. Like I just looked up that I already had all the other pins. Apparently, like this is where I had it circled based on the news, but when I typed it in, there's a phosphate mine right there. So I'm kind of thinking that that's, it's on one of these roads or something, going around down into there. I don't know, but maybe that's also a phosphate mine right there. So I don't know exactly where that road is. The one news outlet that I saw was like a curved road. Kind of almost looked like if you could be right around that corner, but I don't know. Somewhere right around in here, though.
And here were the shoes of a 14-year-old little girl that was left in the road. So when the man saw these shoes and he thought, that's strange, why do we have a little girl's shoes in the road? He stopped his truck, got out, and was immediately met by a strong, pungent smell of a decomposing body. And he looked around. And what he found was the crime scene. If you look at this one photograph, there's a berm, there's high grass. So James Duckett took her through the grass, off the side of the berm, into this wooded area. When we found Jennifer that day, she was in severe decomposition, skeletonized, but her legs were spread wide apart. And thus began an investigation. An investigation of who in the world could have done such a vicious thing to such a beautiful child. Did you hear what I said? The cause of death was suspected to be strangulation, and the manner of death was determined and ruled homicide. There was no obvious evidence at the scene. there's mosquitoes the size of bald eagles in that dadgum swamp. Now, I want to remind you, for the next 25 grueling days, detectives from the sheriff's office, obviously we had crime scene involved, we had friends and family involved, we're doing everything we could to get some leads. For 25 days after this murder, we had 0 leads. Now, this is not like today. Today, with our license plate readers, we would have found him probably before he ever had a chance to murder Jennifer. Today, with our cameras in every store and every convenience store and at every gas station, we would have had a picture of his face. Today, we would have had DNA and the ability to do much, much more than we could ever do then. We had no fingerprints. We tried. We had no evidence on the body. It was degraded. We had no evidence on the clothes. It was degraded. And you'll hear me say probably again in a minute. Over the years, we've sent over 10 different pieces of Jennifer's clothing to the labs as DNA came about and got better and better, and never were able to get anything. Not her DNA, not the suspect's DNA. We were frustrated. Then one day, Detective Bob Weeks woke up and learned on October 27th, a police officer was arrested for the abduction, the rape, and the murder of an 11-year-old child in Macleod, Florida, where he was on duty at the time. In that investigation, they had fingerprints. In that investigation, they had some of Duckett's pubic hair on the victim. They had a very strong scientific case. They had witnesses. They had evidence, and he was arrested. He had been fired. In June, October 27th, the police officer
I want to hear that part again.
was arrested.
I missed it. Hold on.
Over the years, we've sent over 10 different pieces of Jennifer's clothing to the labs as DNA came about and got better and better, and never were able to get anything. Not her DNA, not the suspect's DNA. We were frustrated. Then one day, Detective Bob Weeks woke up and learned on October 27th, a police officer was arrested for the abduction, the rape, and the murder of an 11-year-old child in Macleod, Florida, where he was on duty at the time.
You know, there's hardly any cases out there. I mean, I've covered so many cases, it's ridiculous. I would say like 2,000 or something. Because remember we used to do like 7 or 8 in a day? Yeah, like, because there wasn't a ton, but we do like, 30 minutes here, 30 minutes there. It was crazy.
In that investigation, they had fingerprints. In that investigation, they had some of Duckett's pubic hair on the victim. They had a very strong scientific case. They had witnesses.
That's what this is,
They
Marty.
had evidence.
He was executed. This guy that did this, he was executed like yesterday. And I'm not sure like what changed,
He was arrested. He had been fired in June
You too, Greg.
before
Come on.
he was arrested on October 27th. Thank goodness there was a great investigation done, and there was evidence found that obviously there was no evidence that we had in this case at the time. So 4 months after the murder of Teresa Maccabee, who was only 11 years old, by this horrible, horrible individual, 4 months later, Jennifer disappeared. And Detective Weeks said, look, there's too much opportunity for this to be the same person, and the investigation took focus. Immediately upon investigation, we learned that in fact, this suspect, James Duckett, in the Lake County rape and murder of an 11-year-old, had lived in the McDuffie's trailer park 1 mile south of Fort Meade and only 1.8 miles from where Jennifer's body was found. Now keep in mind, Jennifer was abducted way north of Lakeland. She was found 45 minutes to an hour south, at the far south end of the county, only 1.8 miles from where the suspect, James Duckett, once lived before he was a Mascot police officer.
That's where she lived right there.
The investigation went on. We know that on June 19th, when Duckett was fired from the police department and was under investigation for the murder, the vicious murder of that 11-year-old child.
She's abducted right here.
That he was reemployed by the mines. He had worked at the mines before, the W.R. Grace mines. We know that he drove from the Webster area in Sumter County, where he was currently living, south on Highway 98 every day to go to work. We know on September 19th, that fateful night that Jennifer disappeared, that he left for work 5 hours before he was to show up at work. He left his home, where his wife was located and 2 children. He wasn't to go to work until 11 p.m. that night. And Duckett, throughout our investigation, was always found to be prompt and always on time to work, whether it was the police department or whether it was the mines. They said the guy just is not late. On that evening, when he left 5 hours early and drove down Highway 98, north of Lakeland, he drove exactly past where Jennifer Weldon would have been walking home.
That's 98 right there. She was seen right here last
that night.
Walking home.
He was 2 hours late showing up for work.
Oh, jeez.
That he had, and he was never late. When he arrived, he was hot, he was sweaty. He said he had car trouble, but they noticed his hands weren't greasy or nasty or dirty. But he seemed a little upset or agitated. But he went to work. Now he returned home at 9 o'clock Saturday morning to his wife and child. He went in and he gave his wife a green bag containing candy.
Oh boy.
And a kitten, a gray kitten, just like this. And he said, I brought this for the children. She said, you brought one toy for 2 children, and she threw it away. Our detectives went back to the store that they shopped in to confirm that yes, those kittens did exist, And yes, when you bought them, the store was using green bags to tie that circumstance together. So we know, and I'm going to talk about it in just a minute, because our suspect's wife told us later, yeah, he came home at 9 o'clock in the morning. Yes, he had the gray kitten. Yes, it was in a green bag, and I threw it away because what was he doing coming home? But on top of that, he had fingernail marks or scratches on his back. And she questioned him about, why is your back scratched up? To which he responded, I was climbing under a barbed wire fence at work, and that's how it got scratched. Carla Duckett.
They must have almost been able to arrest him back then. What took him so long?
Said that during subsequent interviews, that while Duckett was in jail on the Lake County charges, that he asked her to make up fake receipts about car repairs. Her dad owned a fix-it shop and a gas station in Fort Meade to cover the fact that his car was in disrepair and not running. She refused to do that. He asked her to have his vehicle professionally cleaned so that the Lake County could not, or we could not, test the contents. Failed to do that. She said, no, I'm not doing that. We tried to talk to Duckett. Of course, he's a trained law enforcement officer. He went, I think he worked months at the police department, and he knew to lawyer up, and that's exactly what he did. Over the years, we've talked to Duckett many, many, many times, and with each occasion, he lawyered up and wouldn't say anything. Over the years, detectives from the sheriff's office, not counting what the family did as far as looking and working, we put in not only hundreds, not only thousands, but tens of thousands of hours on this case. We never had not one iota of evidence that anyone other than James Duckett ever committed this murder. Never. As you know, back in the day, as I said, there was no DNA, there was no cameras every place. There was no evidence. We located not one independent witness. And we found nothing. We looked. We found nothing to the contrary to eliminate him as a suspect. So we got to a crossroads several years ago. It's like, do we try to push a circumstantial case to a jury? It's a great circumstantial case, but we've got him really locked down tight on this Lake County case. He was convicted, and he was sentenced to death. Do we do something here to try to get a conviction and it potentially jam up or create more defense or more arguments or more excuses why he shouldn't be executed? So as long as we had him locked up and everything was well, our case was only circumstantial, without evidence, without witnesses. We would just continue to chip away at new DNA and hope at some point in time maybe he would get a conscience, which we know that's not going to happen, and confess, but he didn't. We worked with the state attorney's office throughout the years on this case. And now we're going to present it to them for one final review before we exceptionally clear the case, and that's a clearance you can use because we are going to exceptionally clear the abduction, the rape, and the vicious murder of Jennifer Weldon because the offender is dead. He was executed this last Tuesday. We know that he's a psychopath. We know he's a child raping murderer. We know he's pure evil in the flesh. We have worked this case for the last 38 years, 10 months, and 9 days, or 14,199 days. And we saw justice executed this last Tuesday. Our detectives went up on Friday to give him one last chance to clear his soul and confess to the murder of Jennifer Weldon. He wouldn't see us. He wouldn't interview. He was a psychopathic, murdering, egotistical, vicious child pedophile up to the very end. But this is what he looked like back in the day. He was 6'2" and 235 pounds. He was arrested and tried in only 8 months. Only 8 months. Today, it would take us 4 or 5 years to get him to trial. That's a condemnation on this system. He had appeals, but it still took us 38 years for justice to occur. But we noticed, and our detective...
You guys notice those low ears on that guy? I mean, hell, they're almost off the back of his neck. Unbelievable. Wow. Talk about low ears, huh?
That worked this case from the cold case squad.
They're almost touching his ass.
Jason said that the detective that worked this case was at the execution and said, I told him 38 years ago I'd be the last face your eyes ever saw before you died from execution. And that detective was there. We never turn these cases loose. But this is what he looks like when he was executed. You can see
look at those
progression.
Look at those ears, man. The top are below his eyes. I mean,
you can see
that's crazy. Look at that.
That on the outside, people look normal, but on the inside, they're vicious killers. When you bump into someone like this, society's not safe. So at the end of the day, I want you to look at this child's shoes. And I want you to think about the children's shoes in your home. I want you to see that when you complain about your children scattering their shoes around on the floor in the bedroom, be happy. Because this baby's shoes was scattered at a crime scene almost an hour away from where she lived on a dirt road by a psychopathic, pedophile, murdering, worthless human being. Now, let me turn the podium over to the family, and then if y'all have any questions, we'll let you know.
It's just, they always look obviously low on those people. I don't know. But yeah, where is mine? Okay, yeah, right there, okay.
I appreciate our state attorney's office working with us hand in glove throughout the years. We worked a strategy to make sure that he went to the...
What joke?
death chamber as quickly as possible. 38 years is ridiculous and unacceptable. However, he went. And we fulfilled our promise to him a long time
Hey
ago.
guys, don't forget to be here tomorrow on the big night of the month, our donation night, you guys. I'm gonna try to get to where this month if we have a good donation night, we'll get to see if I can donate 3,500 or 4,000 for the month. That'd be cool. We haven't had one of those for a while.
Good. First off, Mindy's going to speak first.
We've already done 1,500, so maybe 2,500 or 2,000.
Jennifer's best friend.
Thank you.
that was her best
my name
friend.
is Mindy Oakley. Jennifer and I were best friends growing up. Sheriff had showed you her shoes and her shirt that she had on when she was killed. We used to share. We shared everything. That was my shirt and my shoes that she had on the night she was killed. Sorry, it's emotional. I do want to thank Polk County Sheriff's Office. Detective McPherson has been our saving grace for the last 8 years. I'm sure he'll be glad not to see my number come up on his phone any longer, because I called him once a week, twice a week. When's the governor going to sign the death warrant? When are we going to get this done? And he's always been patient with Amy and myself. We did attend the execution. The governor's office, everybody in their office was extremely wonderful to us. The staff at the prison were very gracious, very empathetic. Teresa's family, we got to bond with them. They were gracious to us because even though we know that Duckett killed her, they didn't have to let us be there. They didn't have to let us attend the execution. They didn't have to let us be a part of that. And we're very grateful to her family and the governor's office for giving us that closure. And I can't say enough about Detective McPherson. He's been wonderful to us. Thank you.
Okay, Marty.
I was told to speak from the heart. I'm going to try to do that. I'm Jennifer Weldon's younger sister. I was born a little over 2 years after she was murdered.
Gosh, she seems
And
so
I never
young.
got to know her. Those are big shoes to fill to come into the world as
like
the first
30
child born after
something.
the last one was taken. So I've always been acutely aware of the gravity of her absence, even though I never met her, because
she's this girl here is 37 years old. That's crazy. I thought she was like 19 or something. Didn't you? When she was just standing over there? I mean, 37.
of
That's
efforts from my big sister Amy and Mindy, her best friend, to keep her memory alive.
crazy. I think it's the
So though I
haircut.
never knew her, I've always been so aware of what I've been missing. Not a holiday, birthday, occasion goes by when I don't wonder what could have been or what it could have been like to know her. She never got to see me graduate. She never got to see her own graduation. She never got to see the birth of my niece and nephew, my sister's children. One day I'll get married and she won't be there. And so I've never stopped wondering what it could have been like to have my sister in my life, what we might have in common, what we might fight about as sisters, all the things that I could never know because I never had a chance because we were robbed. I have grown up fearful my entire life because we were never able to think that will never happen to me or that could never happen to us.
Almost an hour
Yeah,
away
like when
from
she was
where
standing
she
there, I
lived,
thought she was
on a dirt road.
Or what it could have been like before she could ever see any semblance of justice. So I just want to hold the memory of my sister, Jennifer Weldon, who deserves so much respect, and she deserved the life that she never got to see. She deserves justice, and so did our mother. So I just want to hold both of their memories on high today and always. Thank you.
I just wanted to thank everybody in the departments, our detective Jason, like Mindy had said, the phenomenal work of everyone in the case, keeping us updated. I had moved away almost 5 years ago, so I'm not local, but Mindy is, so she's been the very good advocate for my sister, and we have so many classmates that have reached out and have never let her memory die, which is a saving grace for me.
So it
going
sounds like the
through
mom died.
a murder at 14 years old.
We know it's the sister by
of
listening
your sister.
to
It's
Lisa.
a very hard situation.
You always fill it in like we don't.
I'm confident the right person was executed. I don't like how long it took,
Well, it was executed for something
but I am
else.
confident 100% that the right person died. And I am grateful for the other family that did allow us to participate and bond with them. And our family had always prayed for them, and they prayed for us. And I can't say enough about all the department when we went and saw the execution. Hopefully her memory will keep it on going for a very long time, because I know we never forget her. And I always wonder what it would be like if she was still here. I've just kind of grown to be numb in a lot of ways, because you just grow up differently when you go through something like that. So I show a little bit less maybe than others. But I just wanted to thank the department and Jason again for everything. And for Mr. Grady for having this meeting and giving us an opportunity to have closure and speak. I wish my mom was here today. For those who didn't know, her birthday was the day he was executed. So that was a very closing thing that I thought ended in a good way for her birthday, to give her that. So thank you everyone for being here and taking the time to come and do the briefing. I appreciate it.
Sure, I can take some questions, I bet.
Jason's had the case the last 8 years. There's been a lot of detectives work on this case. We've looked at it from different perspectives. We worked with the state attorney's office. But thankfully, we're in a different environment. It doesn't mean that the case can't go unsolved, but I can tell you that the sheriff's office has 2 unsolved cases in the last 16 years. Only 2. And I'm glad we can bring this one in for a landing. I certainly wish that we had other than circumstantial evidence, we had other evidence at the time where we could have moved forward. But the reality is, he did it, and finally he paid for it. Any questions? Yes, ma'am.
As a family who's lost somebody to murder, do you believe that it was the right outcome to put the suspect to death?
I absolutely believe that, and we can let them say that. I can tell you the problem is we didn't put him to death soon enough. You know, it's never too soon to kill a psychopathic.
Yeah, don't you love this guy?
Child predator, murdering
It's never too
suspect.
soon.
It's never too soon. I'm sorry that
evil can never be dead enough.
He went to trial in
That's a
8
different
months.
guy, same state.
He was convicted. He was given multiple appeals for 38 years to include this year. And he just didn't pay soon enough.
Never too soon.
But he did pay. And he knew that the state of Florida was going to execute the court's order.
See, that's why Stephen Stearns, he deserved to be executed. It's exactly the same thing. Although that guy's a little bit more of a, I mean, this police officer guy was a serial killer. I'm not sure what Stearns, but he deserves the same outcome.
And he got to enjoy that death penalty. He didn't think it would ever come. He kept thinking he'd push it off because he had been successful. But justice caught up with him.
For the family, how difficult is it that he never confessed? Even to the last day, he would never confess what he did.
It was horrible. When the detectives went up on Friday, he wouldn't even come out of his cell. They weren't there to interrogate him. They were there to ask him to ask for forgiveness, to admit what he's done, so we could have some closure.
Why did they force the meeting?
His last thing that he said was,
I don't get the rights these people have.
Person in the room asked him if he had anything to say. He said no statement. That shows you how arrogant.
Yeah, why didn't they force the meeting? I don't understand, like, oh, hey, he doesn't have to, look, he's on death row. I think when you're on death row, all the sort of niceties and a little, getting to get a lawyer in there, so it's all out the window. I mean, you're already, you can't have a worse penalty, right? So what difference is, like, I think when you're on death row, well, I don't know. Yeah, it's because there's been people that have been exonerated off of death row. I was about to say, it just feels like there shouldn't be as many niceties for those people.
He didn't care about those 2 girls that he killed. All he cared about was himself, and he's a crazy lunatic psychopath, like Sheriff said. And I can't even think of the word. It's heart-wrenching for us that he wouldn't even say he was sorry.
I think
I'd like
it's
to
more
make a comment
like
about anyone who doesn't believe in the death penalty.
I don't know if you can say if it's just below the eyes. It's more like you can just see on their face their ears don't look right. They're way too low. That's and it's a real thing. It's not. I'm not making it up as some kind of a. I actually asked somebody that was as a doctor one time about that, and they said, there's actually something to that. They didn't shut me off. Like it was like, there's little weird things like that.
Penalty. And believing that he shouldn't have been executed. And what I like to say back is that when you take a child in their life and you rape them and you strangle them and you dump them like they are nothing. And the last memory you have is before you can't even identify and they're out on the street.
Hey, you guys. Hey, while we're waiting here, Lexi, start writing lyrics with that exact phrase. That could be the chorus. Okay, here. Let me keep that one. We're gonna do a song with that one at the end. We'll do a country music song at the end of this. All right. So let's. All right. So make sure to hang out. I'm gonna put that in the over here. All right. So you guys keep putting more lines. Put some more lines in there.
Just decomposing.
All right, keep doing it.
What I like to tell people
in there.
What if that was your family? When you don't believe in the death penalty, they didn't deserve. Teresa didn't deserve it. My sister didn't deserve to die like they did and just be dumped.
Oh, come on, keep putting the words
in.
in
The death penalty, it's crazy because you need to think. What if that was your, your daughter, your sister,
the devil appears.
your aunt, I definitely believe in the death penalty, and I think that was justice. And if my mom was alive, she'd definitely be very good with it.
Are there any similarities between Teresa's case and this case that you're aware of?
Well, the similarities were that he lured and took young girls, okay, and that he strangled them both. There was evidence that he sexually battered Teresa. We did not have the evidence, because once again, she had decomposed to mostly skeleton. But we know that he strangled Teresa and he strangled Jennifer. that he raped Teresa. We believe he raped Jennifer. That he dumped Teresa, that he dumped Jennifer. And obviously, he knew when he put them in this high Kogan grass, put Jennifer Weldon in this high Kogan grass.
Where are the lyrics,
off
you guys?
the edge of a berm, out in a mine area. He never anticipated anybody finding her. But he left her shoes in the road. Had he picked them up and tossed them, who knows when or if anyone would have ever stumbled across her, because this is way, way, way out in the mines. And she had one pink sock on and one pink sock off, and the pink socks were Mindy's. So there were a lot of similarities.
What does the technology, what does the department have now, technology-wise, that they didn't have back then?
Sure.
Well, anyways, we don't need to keep listening to all the questions and everything, but they got him. Same guy. It's so weird because we were just talking about the other victim like 2 days ago or something, and then this one, and I didn't realize that this person was in the same folder that I discussed in 2022. They were already connecting them, you know. All right, so let's try to do the see if we can get the lyrics going here. Hold on a second. Let's see if I can do it. Hey, good to hear. Hey, but wait, hey, hold on, Lexi. You got to hear your song. Hold on. Wait a minute. You can't take off before you get your song in here. I'm gonna have it write it. Oh, this is funny. All right, so you want me to do country music? I bet we go with that same one that we were using the other day. Nah, let's do country. Country. Alright. And then, okay, style recommendation. Let's see what it comes up with. It has a rock female vocal, hip hop male. I don't know. I want to do. Male, I guess the male with Alright, let me see. Let's see what happens. Oh, it's going to make two of them. It's making two versions here. I guess Lexi took off. She's not going to hear her work. Let's see, the lyrics start off with night hums in the corners where the bright lights don't reach. They smile like fathers and neighbors on the street, polished words like honey to drown out your feet. They fold in the crowds like a secret that breathes, passing in daylight with pockets of teeth, a kindness that lingers with a cold, that was the other one then. A kindness that lingers with pockets, a kindness that lingers with a cold in his hold, echoes the stories that grow darker when told. Watch the small signs when the velvet voice clears. Look for shadow that lives near your fears. And then the chorus is, eyes below ears, the devil appears. It does it 3 times, and it says, mark the small truths that the panic nears. All right, here we go. Let's see when it gets finished here. There's 2 versions it's making, so I guess we'll have to see. That's one of my bots right there, you guys. Shouldn't be too much longer. Guess we could be listening to one of these other ones in the meantime. I think it was the one that Marty had us make.
At the fork where the river bends, moonlight paints the maps of men. Dusty road that whispers easy, smooth stones lay for careless feet. Hollow bells and silver promises lead the weary to defeat. Heart and compass sad as stand. Wind is calling, take my hand. 2 roads lie out in the sand. One asks nothing, one demands. One will steal the life from your hands. Only one will lead you to the promised land. Only one will lead you to the promised land. Wild trail under honest stars, roots that pull but ground that hold. Every step is paid in courage, every scar becomes a goal. Footprints form what we become, shadows shrink when morning comes. 2 roads lie out in the sand. One asks nothing, one demands. Ones will steal the light from your hands. Only one will lead you to the promised land. Only one will lead you to the promised land. I hear the father, hear the mother, sing of rivers, sing of home. The easy road feeds empty hunger, the harder road calls you to roam. I close my eyes and see the sunrise burning clean across the land. I lift my face and choose the sunrise, reach for truth with outstretched hand. One small step, one honest breath, follow love and not the theft. 2 roads lie out in the sand. One one demands. One will steal the light from your hands. Only one will lead you to the promised land. Only one will lead you to the promised land. Just behind and on ahead, I walk the path where faith is led. One road gone, one road stands. I follow the road to the promised land.
Here we go. Here's one of the new ones. Here it is right here. It's here, you guys. It's here. Here it is. The Eyes Below. Let's see what the first one. There's two female ones. I had to redo it again. The low ears.
Night hums in the corners where the bright lights don't reach. They smile like fathers and neighbors on the street. Polished words like honey to drown out your feet. They fold into crowds like a secret that breathes, passing in daylight with pockets of teeth. A kindness that lingers with a cold in its hold. Echoes of stories that grow darker when told. Watch the small signs when the velvet voice clears. Look for the shadow that lives near your fears. Silent alarms born from old quiet scars. A skin deep charm hiding rusty bars. You feel it before you name what you fear. A crooked detail that suddenly sticks clear. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Mark the small truths that the panic nears.
That's awesome.
They learn how to kneel and how to bow just right. Speak like a guardian in the hush of the night. They glide through families with practiced regret, wearing concern like a hand-me-down silhouette. Listen to laughter that trembles and strains. Notice the hush where the warning remains. Old stories whisper where the new lie steers. Follow the sign where the silence clears. Little betrayals tucked in a grin. Patterns repeat where the danger begins. A pulse at the throat, a chill in the ears. Truth's baby step closer, dismissing the years. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Hold to the line where the
We should do big eyebrows on the next one. Thick eyebrows.
We teach the children to name every name, to trust their skin, to call out the game when instinct speaks loud. Let the room come alive, pull the curtains and let the old lies die.
That's so amazing. These are like cool songs, you know? Like you can make an album with this
Pointed
shit.
at the smallest detail. Quiet courage in the face of the tale. One small voice can unravel the gears of the hidden mouth and the lowered ears.
Lowered ears.
Eyes below ears, the devil appears. below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears.
It's an eerie tune.
Gather the light when the night draws near. Keep watch by the threshold.
No, this is from tonight.
And sharpen your sight. We name what we fear.
Eyes
and
below
we
ears.
bring it to light.
Wow. Okay, here's the other one that was created at the same time. Let's see if it's any different. The same lyrics.
Night hums in the corner where the bright lights don't reach. They smile like fathers and neighbors on the street. Polished words like honey to drown out your feet. They fold into crowds like a secret that breathes, passing in daylight with pockets of teeth. A kindness that lingers with a cold in its hold. Echoes of stories that grow darker when told. Watch the small signs when the velvet voice clears. Look for the shadow that lives near your fears. Silent alarms born from old quiet scars. A skin-deep charm hiding rusty bars. You
I like this
feel
one.
it before you name what you fear. A crooked detail that
How can you tell,
suddenly
Lisa?
sticks clear. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Mark the small truths that the panic
I think this is, I don't know.
learn how to kneel
I like this
and
one
how
more
to
than the
bow
first one.
just right. Speak like a guardian in the hush of the night. They glide through families with practiced regret, wearing concern like a hand-me-down silhouette. Listen to laughter that trembles and strains. Notice the hush where the warning remains. Old stories whisper where the new light steers. Follow the sign where the silence clears. Little betrayals tucked in a grin. Patterns repeat where the danger begins. A pulse at the throat, a chill in the ears. Truth's baby step closer, dismissing the
I have a male version coming up country.
eyes below ears.
I think it's great with the female.
Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Hold to the line where the safety disappears. We teach the children to name every name, to trust their skin, to call out the game. When instinct speaks loud, let the room come alive. Pull the curtains and let the old lies die. Fingers pointed at the smallest detail. Quiet courage in the face of the tale. One small voice can unravel the gears of the hidden mouth and the lowered ears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears.
It's supposed to be ears below eyes, I think.
Eyes below ears, the devil appears.
Oh, that's what it said, eyes below
Gather
ears.
the light when the night draws near.
I think it's the other way around, but hey, it still sounds good.
By the threshold, sharpen
Supposed to
your
be ears.
sight. We name what
Eyes
we
below
fear,
ears.
and we bring it to light.
I guess it wouldn't rhyme if it was the other way. Sounds kind of like Enya, kind of, or something. All right, here's the new one with the guy. I guess it's supposed to be ears or ears below eyes, but it doesn't rhyme. So here's your guy version.
Night homes in the corners where the bright lights don't reach. They smile like fathers and neighbors on the street. Polished words like honey to drown out your feet. They fold into crowds like a secret that breathes, passing in daylight with pockets of teeth.
A kindness that lingers.
Oh, cool! It goes back and forth. Sweet. I was hoping to do that. Oh, nice.
Echoes of stories that grow dark.
This is great. This is what I wanted right here.
Watch the small signs when the velvet voice clears. Look for the shadow that lives near your fears. Silent alarms born from old quiet scars.
Oh, cool. I was hoping to do harmony.
Deep charm hiding rusty bars. You feel it before you name what you fear. A crooked detail that suddenly sticks clear. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears,
I know, it's better and better.
devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears.
Mark the small truths that the panic nears.
They learn how to kneel and how to bow just right.
Speak like a guardian in the hush of the night.
They glide through families with practiced regret.
Wearing concern like a hand-me-down silhouette.
Listen to laughter that trembles and strains. Notice the hush where the warning remains.
Old stories whisper where the new lie steers. Follow the sign where the silence clears.
Little betrayals tucked in a grin. Patterns repeat where the danger begins. A pulse at the throat, a chill in the ears. Truth's baby step closer, dismissing the ears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Hold to the line where the safety
Disappears. We teach the children to name every name.
to trust their skin, to call out the game.
When instinct speaks loud, let the room come alive.
Pull the curtains and let the old lies die. Fingers pointed at the smallest detail. Quiet courage in the face of the tale. One small voice can unravel the gears.
UNC alert, what's that mean?
Mouth and the lower ears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Gather the light when the night draws near. Keep watch by the threshold and sharpen your sight.
What's going on at UNC?
We name what we fear and we bring it to light.
Okay, here's the second version of the same thing. Let's see if it's any better. This is the last one of the... Should be a guy and a girl again.
Night homes in the corners where the bright lights don't reach. Smile like fathers and neighbors on the street. Polish words like honey to drown out your feet. They fold into crowds like a secret that breathes. Passing in daylight with pockets of teeth. A kindness that lingers with a cold in its hold. Echoes of stories that grow dark.
Oh, I thought you was a UNC alert.
Watch the small signs when the velvet voice clears. Look for the shadow that lives near your fears. Silent alarms born from old quiet scars. A skin deep charm hiding rusty bars.
I think my favorite one is this one. The second one of the girl. Didn't you think so? I like the one, the duet too. But the second one I thought was the best one though, of the girl, the female version.
Night hums in the corners where the bright lights don't reach.
Sounded kind of like classic. All right, let's do a new one. Another one. Who's got another one? All right, who's gonna do it? Let me clear all this out of here. Clear, clear. I wonder why it keeps making two of them. I don't really get it. Yeah, the second one with the girls was my favorite one. I like the duet too. That was good. But yeah, the second one with the female. Oh, the bushy eyebrow one. Okay, what's the chorus? Just give me the chorus for the... Oh, it's uncool. I don't know what that means. Something uncool. I don't know. I don't get it. Uncool alert. I thought it meant University of like University of North Carolina alert. That's what I was looking. I don't think it means uncool. Of course it would mean that to you, Random Bogey. Give me the chorus with the eyebrows, you guys. Who's type it in? Yeah, I don't know what that means. Yeah, but what else? You put it like a whole phrase. Nothing really rhymes with eyebrows, though. That's the thing. What's a word that rhymes with eyebrows? I mean, I think it. How about it wasn't a cow? It was these huge eyebrows. It wasn't cows, but were some huge eyebrows. All right, let's see what it comes up with. All right, I'm trying to do it. Let me see what the words are. It says, midnight slips like oil across the floor, curtains, yeah. So the chorus is, the chorus is, were they thick eyebrows or two large cows, dark as coal and hanging low above his eyes? Were they thick eyebrows or two large cows? I saw them in the door. All right. Let's see. So we'll make it, let's see. We'll have it be a female again. And then I'll have it recommend a style, see what happens. No matter what it is, it'll probably make it sound good. Alright, let's see. Okay, I'm doing a folk, female, folk, melancholic, dreamy. Yeah. I don't know, I think those ones sound pretty good. There we go, let's try it again. The other one I did country on that. A couple of goats forming a moat. Yeah, I wasn't sure what UNC stood for. I thought there was an alert at the University of North. As a matter of fact, when I typed it in, it said UNC Emergency Alert System, notify campuses of immediate threats. So I thought, oh wow, is there something going on over there? Seems like a weird thing to type in. Alright, we can go back and play our original good one. I like the one that was a little bit slower, this one though.
Soft hairline.
Just so you can have it in your mind again.
Silver light, a breath, a hush, and then the night.
While we wait.
String of paper hearts on a thin wire, trembling like a secret about to expire. Fingers fumble, the clasp slips free. One by one they loosen, fall from me. Slow at first, like rain on glass, tiny echoes of the life we had. Clink, clink, plunk, the hearts hit the ground. Little metal bells without a sound. Thunk, thunk, thud, the echoes roll around. A string of hearts hitting the ground.
I like the cello or whatever that is.
They kiss the pavement in a scattered line. Crimson confetti, a low design. Each small throb a syllable of pain. We built our music from the broken chain. Listen close to the hollow drum, where every tenderness has come undone. Clink, clink, plunk, the hearts hit the ground. Little metal bells without a sound. Thunk, thunk, thud, the echoes string of hearts hitting the ground. Shiver of silver, a clatter of hope, tiny dominoes that tumble and elope. Underfoot, the chorus finds its mouth, turning all our ornaments into self. Plink, plink, plunk, the hearts hit the ground. Little metal bells without a sound. Thunk, thunk, thud, the echoes roll around. A string of hearts hitting the ground. One last plink, a last soft sigh. The string is empty under the sky.
That's good. All right, here we go. Here's the first eyebrow one. Oh, so beautiful.
Midnight slips like oil across the floor. Curtains breathe and the hallway holds its breath. Floorboard whispers, counting every step he takes. Shadow palms the doorknob with a careful hand. A clock forgets to tick and the air goes thin. I press my back against the pane and wait. Candle trembles like a secret at the seam. Something moves by the bedroom door.
Wow,
Were they thick eyebrows or two large cows? Dark as coal and hanging low above his eyes. Were they thick eyebrows or two large cows? I saw them in the doorway like a pair of
Saw him in the doorway. It's actually kind of describing this scene. That's awesome.
He creeps through rooms that remember other names. Smells of soap and coffee thread the night. His breath is quiet like a page turned slow. Glass eyes of portraits watch the quiet play. Hallway swallows sound and keeps the chill. My pulse keeps time with each small stolen step. A rustle like a moth against a lampshade wing. He pauses where the wallpaper peels. Were they thick eyebrows or two large cows? Dark as coal and hanging low above his eyes. Were they thick eyebrows or two large cows? I saw them in the doorway like a pair of midnight moons. Maybe it was the dark that made a mountain of his face. Maybe fear builds beasts from the shadows it embraces. I could call out, but my throat falls into ice. So I watch the eyebrows move like
That was pretty good. It sounds so good, and then it says that cow.
Were they thick eyebrows or two large cows? Dark as coal and hanging low above his eyes. Were they thick eyebrows or two large cows? I saw them in the doorway like a pair of midnight moons. He melts back into the hallway like a rumor. The house exhales and plants the memory in my bones.
moons? Were they thick eyebrows or two large cows? The night keeps the answer, and I keep the look.
Okay, here's the second one that it made. Oh, sounds like forgot.
Midnight slips like oil across the floor. Curtains breathe and the hallway holds its breath. Floorboard whispers, counting every step he takes. Shadow palms the doorknob with a careful hand. A clock forgets to tick and the air goes thin. I press my back against the paint and wait. Candle trembles like a secret at the seam. Something moves by the bedroom door.
Yeah, it's about Kohberger.
Were they thick eyebrows or two large cows? Dark as coal and hanging low above his eyes.
Such a pretty song, anyways.
Thick eyebrows or two large cows. I saw them in the doorway, like a pair of midnight moons. He creeps through rooms that remember other names. Smells of soap and coffee thread the night. His breath is quiet like a page turned slow. Glass eyes of portraits watch the quiet play. The hallway swallows sound and keeps the chill. My pulse keeps time with each small stolen step. A rustle like a moth against a lampshade wing. He pauses where the wall.
I've got a rock one coming up. The same topic. But I put Lisa's bushy eyebrows in there.
Two large cows, dark as coal and hanging low above his eyes. Were they thick eyebrows or two large cows? I saw them in the doorway, like a pair of midnight moons. Maybe it was the dark that made a mountain of his face. Maybe fear builds beasts from the shadows it embraces. I could call out but my throat folds into ice. So I watch the eyebrows move like curtains.
Yeah, you can have male and female. They don't really have different, like,
They thick eyebrows,
I don't know about the, if you can choose a different
two
voice.
large cows, dark as coal.
It kind of changes them up a little bit.
Above his eyes. Were they thick eyebrows or two large cows? I saw them in the doorway, like a pair of midnight moons. He melts back into the hallway like a rumor. The house exhales.
Yeah, I told her what to say. I put a whole paragraph in about what was seen. You know, that a person in the house saw them in a doorway.
The night keeps the answer, and I keep the look.
Bushy eyebrows. This is from yesterday.
cement. Dusty road that whispers easy, smooth stones laid for careless feet. Hollow bells and silver promises lead the weary to defeat. Heart and compass at a stand. Wind is calling, take my hand. Two roads lie out.
Yeah, well, it kind of comes up. You give it enough information, it can come up with something. Yesterday, the first one with the plink plunk, I just said make sound effects for hearts. I didn't even know what this program did. And then it did that whole song. I'm waiting for Lisa's version over here.
Rouge that pull, but ground that holds. Every step is paid in courage. Every scar becomes a goal. Footprints for what we become. Shadows shrink when morning comes. Two roads lie out in the sand. One has nothing, one demands. One will steal the light from your hands. Only one will lead you to the promised land. Only one will lead you to the promised land. I hear the fathers, hear the mothers, sing a river, sing a home. The easy road feeds empty hunger. The harder road calls you to roam. I close my eyes and see the sunrise burning clean across the land. I lift my face and choose the sunrise. Reach for truth with outstretched hand. One small step, one honest breath. Follow love and not the thread. Two roads lie out in the sand.
Pretty cool.
One has nothing, one demands. One will steal the light from your hands. Only one will lead you to the promised land. Just behind and on ahead. I walk the path where faith is led. One road stands.
Like that song there, I said, hey, just there's a path there, like, you know, Robert Frost. I think it was, I don't know if it was Robert Frost, Path Not Taken or whatever. Might have been. But anyways, it was like, you know, you pick one path and it turns out great and the other one sucked. And then I wrote this whole song. Okay, here's one of the Willanta Drive ones from Lisa. Let's see how this one goes. This one's rock, though, with the...
Midnight spills like oil across the floor.
Different voice.
Curtains breathe and the hallway holds its breath. Floorboards count the seconds with each step he makes. A shadow rests a palm against the cold brass knob. The clock forgets to tick and the air grows thin. I press my back to pain and wait for what he'll do. The candle trembles like a secret at the seam. Something moves just past the bedroom door. Bushy brown eyebrows on Wallentra Doctor.
Oh, Willanta Doctor. I put the word drive in there. Willanta Doctor.
On Wallentra doctor.
I want to drive without saying doctor.
They hang like midnight moons and pull the dark apart on Wallentra doctor.
You put DR in there.
Bushy, bushy brown eyebrows on Wallentra doctor.
Okay, let me try this one just to see if it sounded better.
Midnight spills like oil across the floor. Curtains breathe and the hallway holds it.
Oh, maybe I should make one that's like, what's that? New age, new wave or something. Remember that? I wonder if they have that in here. Ah, forget it. Yeah, that's crazy, man. I don't really like the rock there. That for that song, it didn't seem to. All right, somebody type in a full paragraph of something that you want a song to be about. All right, and I'll put it in there, and that'll be the last one. But type in a full paragraph of just something, you know, that you might think it would be a good song. But somebody has to do it. I'm not sure what that means, Charlie. That doesn't make any sense. Is she in here or something? I don't see her. I mean, let's do something else. Oh, you're as dumb as they come. I don't know. Forget it. I'm trying to make songs that are actually kind of good. Let's see. I mean, he's actually every time I make him, they cost money. If you can believe that. I actually bought this. You get credits. I think it's totally worth it, though. I think these are like, it's awesome. What's EDM stand for? Like it says EDM synthesizer. I like that one. Let me try this one. Closely adheres to. Okay, I'm gonna do this one that's country acoustic guitar. It's just a peaceful scene on top of a mountain with like a fire, you know. I want to hear how it goes. Plus we got a fire in the scene here, so. Just making two versions again. I don't know why it does that every time, sometimes. And Tony loves his baloney, and Trigger Bunny loves true crime. I like baseball. I like hot dogs. Can somebody clean my pool? The iguanas on the... Jesus. We did a whole Jim Lawn song the other day. Yeah. Where is that one? It's got to be around here somewhere. I'll try that one. What kind of music do you want there, Marty? What kind of music do you want that to be, Marty? You want a country? We should do one for Lori. Do classical music for Bach. Except there's no words. Oh, it's a lyric? Okay. So you want country then? Give it an idea to write something. Yeah, I just took the words and made a song about the words. So it doesn't really... On a cold, stormy night, Chris O'Connell walked into a bar. Right down the bar was Marty. Cigarette in hand, he says, "Lady, come over here." All right, let's see. I got. Oh. what? It actually said copyright detected just because of the words. But I said don't use the words. Okay, there you go. All right, see, these are the two that I just did, and then after these are over, well, let's see, did it do that again? Okay, let's see. Longhorn bull. Come up with a generic something that you would think an interesting song about, Marty, so I can put it in there. So here's the one I just made a minute ago. That's like John Denver.
Night breathes slow on the high ridge. The embers wink like distant stars. The full moon listens from silver silence. Pine needles whisper old stories to my boots. Wind sketches
It's Reva
the edges
McIntyre
of a familiar ache. My hands cup the warmth like a small pilgrimage. Shadows fold into the slope and do not hurry. Crackling fire on a lonely mountain. Full moon pours its patience over me. I keep the light close and the dark gentle. Here where the world feels soft and free. Smoke draws maps of every could have been. Footsteps downhill fade into the name of night. I trace the curve of memory in the sparks, letting the mountain teach me how to quiet. Crackling fire on a lonely mountain. Full moon pours its patience over me. I keep the light close and the dark gentle. Here where the world feels soft and free. Stars leaning like old companions. Breath becomes a slow, honest prayer. I trade the weight of one for the hush of now, and find that solitude is a kind of home. Crackling fire on a lonely mountain. Full moon pours its patience over me. I hold the warmth and I let go of hurry. Here where the world feels soft and free. Embers settle into a steady heart. Moonlight keeps its kindly watch. I breathe and the night breathes back with me.
All right, here's the second one of that.
Night breathes slow on the high ridge. Embers wink like distant stars. The full moon listens from silver silence. Pine needles whisper old stories to my boots. Wind sketches the edges of a familiar ache. My hands cup the warmth like a small pilgrimage. Shadows fold into the slope and do not hurry.
Yeah, I got one coming for you, Marty.
Full moon pours its patience over me. I keep the light close and the dark gentle. Here where the world feels soft and
Frangolico. What's that? Never had one of those.
Smoke draws maps of every could have been. Footsteps downhill fade into the name of night. I trace the curve.
Hey Jim, I got a song coming up for you. All right.
Sparks, letting them out.
Okay. I only got one more.
Crackling fire on a lonely mountain. Full moon pours its patience over me. I keep the light close and the dark gentle.
This is gonna be good, Jim. Here we go. Gotta wait for it to finish, though.
Stars lean in like old companions.
Yeah, just make it look like it was stolen.
Breath
Okay.
becomes a slow, honest prayer. I trade the weight of want for the hush of now, and find that solitude is a kind of home. Crackling fire on a lonely mountain. Full moon pours its patience over me. I hold the warmth and I let go of hurry. Here where the world feels soft and free. Embers settle into a steady heart. Moonlight keeps its kindly watch. I breathe, and the night breathes back with me. Night breathes slow.
That worked pretty good.
Embers wink like distant stars.
Hey, I got one. Jim's coming up here in a second.
The full moon listens.
It's gonna be awesome.
From silver silence.
Like if this was all, you could listen to this on an album, it'd be okay, you know, this shit.
Pine needles whisper old stories to my boots.
Morning tastes like ash and use of promises. Your shadow curls around the doorway like a question. I count the cigarettes and the hours we stole. Smile painted on while the truth keeps folding in. Maps on my chest and every road goes back to you. I learned to speak in quiet so the alarms stay new. Fingers braided tight around the frayed warning signs. I call tomorrow down like a prayer that always lies. Locked in hell, no chance for parole. You hold my body, but you don't have my soul.
I like that
Your
one.
life is a calendar of faded favors. You keep my keys and bottle my name for favors. Nights hum with the static of your careful blame. I wear your cold like proof that I belong to shame. I've been to go from.
Don't you guys like that one? I think that one's sweet. All right, here it is. Here we go.
Parked my ride outside of Marty's bar and grill. Woke up to a tow truck and the sky gone still. She said her name was over when the jukebox fell. Left with a suitcase and a cigarette shell. I lost my car at Marty's. Lost my girl and my pride. Lost my wallet. Lost my phone. Nothing left on my side. Lost every game of pool. And my luck ran out like a bell. Lost more than I wanted, but I found Jesus in that Wisconsin jail cell. Tried to catch a memory at the corner of the bar. Missed every crooked shot. Left my heart on a felt scar. Friends were half smiling. The night fell thin as a thread. Stumbled into trouble with a head full of lead. I lost my car at Marty's. Lost my girl and my pride. Lost my wallet. Lost my phone. Nothing left on my side. Lost every game of pool. And my luck rang like a bell. Lost more than I wanted, but I found Jesus in that Wisconsin jail cell. Fluorescent light and a Bible on the sink. Cold metal bench held more answers than I think. Prayed with a laugh and a cigarette smell. Redemption came quiet in a county hotel. I lost my car at Marty's. Lost my girl and my
It's actually a pretty good song. It's crazy. How the hell did that happen?
Lost my phone. Nothing left on my side. Lost every game of pool, and my luck tolls like a bell. Lost more than I wanted, but I found Jesus in that Wisconsin jail cell. Parked my old mistakes by Marty's neon swell. Lost a lot on the way, but I found something to tell. Lost every game of pool, but I found grace where sinners dwell. Lost my way in the cold and found Jesus in that Wisconsin jail cell.
All right. Hey, look at this. Okay, listen, there's another version. They gave me two versions, so let's see what the other one sounds like. This is the second one.
Parked my ride outside of Marty's bar and grill. Woke up to a tow truck and a sky gone still. She said her name was over when the jukebox fell. Left with a suitcase and a cigarette shell. I lost my car at Marty's, lost my girl and my pride, lost my wallet, lost my phone. Nothing left on my side, lost every game of pool. My luck ran out like a bell. Lost more than I wanted, but I found Jesus in that Wisconsin jail cell. Tried to cash a memory at the corner of the bar. Missed every crooked shot, left my heart on the felt scar. Friends were half smiling, the night felt thin as a thread. Stumbled into trouble with a head full of lead. I lost my car at Marty's, lost my girl and my pride, lost my wallet, lost my phone. Nothing left on my side, lost every game of pool, and my luck rang like a bell. Lost more than I wanted, but I found Jesus in that Wisconsin jail cell.
You like this one better than the other one, or about the same?
Bible on the sink. The cold metal bench held more answers than I think. Prayed with a laugh and a cigarette smell. Redemption came quiet in a county hotel. I lost my car at Marty's, lost my girl and my pride, lost my wallet, lost my phone. Nothing left on my side, lost every game of pool, and my luck tolls like
The first one? I think they're totally different.
than I wanted, but I found Jesus in that Wisconsin jail cell. Parked my old mistakes by Marty's neon swell. Lost a lot on the way, but I found something to tell. Lost every game of pool, but I found grace where sinners dwell. Lost my way in the cold and found Jesus in that Wisconsin jail cell.
Yes, let me hear that first one a little bit again.
Parked my ride outside of Marty.
Yeah, I think the first one I like it a little bit better too. I think it's like smoother through it. Has better, you know. They were both good, but you know. Yeah, it was cool. Those words that you were typing in there, I was like, man, those are perfect for those country songs. So I kept grabbing your phrases and put them in there. See, you didn't even know that you were giving me the idea for it to write it. That's what's so crazy, is it really just sort of writes the thing, you know. It's weird. It's crazy, man. Absolutely wild. Anyways, I think I'm gonna get out of here. Thanks Marty over there on for the coffees, and then we also had Caruso Cuddle on PayPal with Susan. I think that was it for there. And then we had Chad, and then we had Tracy. Chris O'Connell get to 10, then Alley Cake, then a double cat eye by Caruso Cuddle. Alley Cake. Oh, I already did that one. No, it was after that. It was Kathy to 1,000 Joules. I think that's like $5 maybe. And then Kathy gifted 5, and then Chris O'Connell gifted 5, then Chad gifted 1, and then Chris Stew, Jacqueline Keeley, 380 Joules, Belinda, 440 Joules, Jim Lawn, Belinda, Lisa Valenzuela, Michelle H, Jim Lawn, Amy Slates, Caruso Cuddle, Mark Smith, DeBlanco, then Mark Smith again, thank you, Jim Lawn, Chris O'Connell, thank you very much, Jessica Schubach, Jim Lawn, Karen, Tamara Lockhart, and Karen. And don't forget, you guys, tomorrow is our last day of the month, donation night. Hopefully we can have a decent one. We'll see how it goes. You know, you guys have already been so generous this month. I don't know how. Hopefully tomorrow still does okay, but I think they have a monetary value. I think it's like 2 gems, whatever it is, for a penny. So if you did 10,000, it would be, or 1,000, it'd be $5, I think. It's like 500 pennies. Anyways, that's pretty sweet, right, Jim? That's your song. It's better than your iguana song. I don't know where your iguana song is. I can't find it. Maybe we should start making songs about people in here. You know, you guys can all, you know, type in. Maybe I'll secretly grab stuff. You know, that'd be cool. Anyways, thanks for hanging out. 5 hours and 10 minutes now. Jesus, how did that happen right there? That's crazy. All right, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for being here. And as I always say, everybody, until next time, be safe out there. You guys are awesome. Hope you guys, that was fun. It felt like, that was like the family, the freak family right there, hanging out. Marty said drinks are on the house, which means Red Bull, or not Red Bull, what's it called again? Guys, that one that you got me? Not Red Bull. Red Breast. There you go, I just remembered. Red Breast. Why do you always have to type that in at the end, Jim? Come on. Man, you do so well. Then you... I said it already, Lisa. I already said it. Man, just give me a break. Why do you always type that stuff in at the end there, Jim? Every night. Everything was going great, and then you have to type it in. Anyways. Thanks, everybody. See you guys later. Remember that from... It's pretty good. That Red Breast is. All right, see you guys. I'm just going to go.